Good afternoon. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock, and panel members this afternoon are Larry Clay, Peter Reed, and Zahir Bayat. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating by video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. And when an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. As panelist, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role should you fail to respect this instruction. I will now proceed to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal a decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal these decisions. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take matters into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll comment to you when you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished. When all the speakers are finished speaking, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that'll mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by staff or panel for the items in this afternoon's time slot? Hearing none. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Yes, I am seeing 2 applications requesting deferral for this afternoon. That is item 24, 2343 Queen Street East, and item 37, 24 Merritt Road.
Thank you very much. And are there any files to be closed, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, there are no files to be closed.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the agenda. The first item this afternoon is 48 Warren Road, item number 22. And on this item, the panel has before it those materials submitted at the time of the application. There's a decision number by the committee from 2021. There's correspondence in support from 47, 68, and 44 Warren Road. Correspondence in concern from 43 Warren Road. And correspondence in opposition from 247 Russell Hill, 251 Russell Hill, 249, 253, and 243 Russell Hill Road. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
You're very clear, yes, thank you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. It's David Bronskill here on behalf of the applicant. Address, Mr. Chair, just for the files, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario. And as a joking start, sir, I'm pleased to be number 1 on the morning agenda, and I'm pleased to be number 1 on the afternoon agenda. Although, as this panel will know, these are very different applications that are before you. It's one variance in this case, Mr. Chair. It's noted that it's 21% of the rear yard would be maintained as soft landscaping, whereas a minimum of 50% is required. As you noted, Mr. Chair, there was a previous decision from August of 2021 that adjusted the rear yard soft landscaping permission to 25.8%. I'm going to go to the plans in a moment, Mr. Chair, just to show the panel the rear yard and why a lot of this is a function of an existing condition, but I'll explain why there's a small reduction now being requested from 25.8% to 21%. And Mr. Chair, I think this is a bit of a technical point, but I think I should make it. There aren't any variances per se for the swimming pool itself. That is, the swimming pool is permitted and could be installed. It's when the swimming pool is there and then some hard decking comes around the pool, including a space for the pool equipment, that's what triggers the reduction from 25.8% to the 21% being sought. So it's not the pool itself, it's actually the decking around the pool. If staff are able to, I see there's a gray screen. I don't know if staff have a screen of death that's come up, but if they're able to put up the plans for you, it's just a 4-page document, if staff are able to do that. And in particular, the fourth page is probably all I need just to explain to the committee sort of the nature of the variance and what I mean by the existing condition. If staff could scroll down just a little bit more for me on that page, with apologies, because it shows on that page at the bottom, that's it, thank you, the home, the existing driveway, the existing 1.5-story brick dwelling, and the existing 1-story garage. So I want to start there before I go to the pool. So those are all existing conditions, and in fact were existing conditions as part of the August 2021 approval when a 2-story addition was added on the back of the house. So the existing garage, if you can see there, sits actually at the upper edge of the backyard, or the up against the north property line. It's the smaller square or rectangle. The larger square or rectangle is an existing 1.5-story brick accessory dwelling. And so a car coming in to access the garage, it's a paved area on the south side of the property line along the driveway. The car would then make a right turn across the paved area and then a left turn to get into the garage. And then to get out, you obviously need to be able to turn the car around. So all of that is soft landscaping technically behind the rear wall of the house that is very difficult for us to alter. And that got us to the original 25.8%. The pool is then added in the backyard to the west or behind the garage and the 1.5-story brick dwelling. And the calculations are then shown for the committee above that. When the pool is in, there's some hard decking that goes around the pool, and that's triggering the reduction from 25.8% to 21%. Overall, in terms of the existing condition, I would simply say to the committee, it's a very small amount. Pools in this area are frankly a feature of many of these dwellings. There is likely a way to have a pool without some form of a deck, although it would not be as ideal or desirable or appropriate for the use of the land. And overall, I would just say to the committee, from 25.8% to 21% here overall, it's a variance that makes sense just to justify this accessory use and amenity as part of the home. I think I would be in a different position, Mr. Chair, if I was here.
I'll ask you to make your final comment, please.
Thank you, sir. This will be it. If I was proposing all of this paving as a new condition to you to get from 50 to 21%, I think I would be having a more difficult time. I hope I've identified for the committee why it's really just a small amount of additional hardscaping at the back that's before you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions panel at this stage. Mr. Byatt.
Just a quick one. Mr. Bronskill, in the space between the house and the existing 1.5-story brick dwelling, on your diagram it says existing courtyard. Did I hear you correctly saying that that area is all soft landscaping?
If
asphalt?
If I know staff, I keep seeing the out of memory error, so I apologize for making staff try to scroll. But if staff could scroll up just a little bit, you will see, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, that area technically is actually rear yard hardscape, because that's where the car comes through in front of that brick dwelling and the garage. So you can see it there, that dark area is technically hardscaping, and then the diagram above is the rear yard soft scaping. So that area, because that's the driveway, and then when the car comes through, I'm virtually doing car motions with my hands, sir, to show you how the car is coming through, which I know is not helpful. The car would come through in front of that 1.5-story brick dwelling and into the garage. It then has to back out, turn around, and come back out. So that really is a vehicle courtyard scape that has to be hard landscaping.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Let's proceed then to those that are standing by, registered to speak.
Hi, John, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to speak at the hearing. My name is John Elias. My wife, Colette Elias, will also be speaking. I think there'll be a noticeable distinction between our voices. We are the owners of 247 Russell Hill Road, which is located immediately adjacent to 48 Warren Road on the west property line. Our objection to the application is based on 4 significant concerns, which we will address shortly. These concerns are shared by 4 other homeowners on Russell Hill Road who have also submitted letters of objection, notably within the required timeline. All 5 of these homeowners are close or immediate neighbors of 48 Warren Road. 2 of the homeowners, which includes us, share a property line to the west of 48 Warren Road. Our first concern is that a proposed reduction of the soft landscaping from 50% to 21% cannot be considered minor. Soft landscaping is critical to the climate change resilience of our neighborhood, and a reduction of this extent is not necessary. In our area of South Hill, which is built on a slope, there is increased risk of runoff and flooding events to residents from high impact of climate events such as mass precipitation. Soft landscaping is an important measure in reducing that risk. We understand, and as we've just heard from the agent, that the application in 2021 was based in part on the requirement to for the area between the main house and the coach house is all hardscape to allow access to the garage. And this was just repeated recently. Our understanding is that the structure that was indicated as a garage is not being used as a garage. And we would ask the Committee of Adjustment to investigate this and obtain certification that it is in fact a garage and perhaps not used for another purpose such as a kitchen. Now going to pass it over to my wife Colette to raise our 3rd and 4th concerns.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you today.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Our 3rd concern is that the coach house and garage are already located at the rear of the property, much closer in fact to the property line to the west than most houses in the neighborhood. The proposed placement of a pool in such a small area between the coach house and within 1.2 meters of the property line to the west is not consistent with and will have a negative impact on the character, charm, and aesthetics of the neighborhood. Our 4th concern is that the proposed placement of the pool and pool equipment will undoubtedly elevate noise levels for the immediate and close neighbors to the west of the property and interfere with the use and enjoyment of their properties. In addition, I would like to add, there is one other concern that we need to raise. We are aware that 2 letters of support were in fact received after the May 24th cutoff date for submissions. They were received on May 30th and May 31st, but were still posted on the city's application site. We do not understand how this can be permitted because it is contrary to the city's letter regarding the public hearing that specifically states written submissions must be emailed to the Committee of Adjustment no later than 4:30 p.m. on Wednesday, May 24th. The May 30th and 31st submissions are 6 and 7 days late. To permit such late submissions to be accepted and posted on the application site completely disregards the timelines that have been set and followed by others, and therefore undermines the application process, which should be transparent and is contrary to due process. It also sets an extremely bad precedent that deadlines do not have to be complied with. As a result, we respectfully submit that the 2 late submissions should not be taken into consideration.
So I'll just conclude, if I may. So in conclusion, we respectfully request that the Committee of Adjustment take the 4 major concerns we have identified, together with the letters of objection that have been submitted within the required timelines by us and 4 other close and immediate neighbors of 48 Warren Road, into consideration and reject the application that is submitted. We also respectfully request the Committee of Adjustments not to consider the 2 late submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, are there questions for these speakers? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. It looks like there's an awful lot of swimming pools in backyards in this neighborhood, and in fact, it looks like there's one right next door to you. Is the outdoor recreation around swimming pools an issue in this neighborhood?
Not at all, sir. And it's not the, in fact, the neighbors to our south have a swimming pool, and there's neighbors that's to the north. The concern is, and why there's I think you may find that it's probably unprecedented or unusual that you have 5 immediate contiguous neighbors raising the same concerns. And the reason for that is that the coach house and garage are large dwellings that are at the very rear of the property. It amplifies and elevates the noise levels, even now without a pool. And it's very clear. That's why there's the objection on the Russell Hill side. So there's no there's no intention. There's no objection to the pool. In fact, we might suggest that there may be another placement if the existing garage is not being used as a garage, that the pool could be placed between the main house and the coach house. Now, we're not suggesting the variation to it. I know our role is just to comment on what was presented, but I think there's the fact that there's 5 neighbors who we have a great neighborhood. There's no animosity around this neighborhood, but there's a concern about the 4 points that we had raised.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let us then go back to the agent, who will have an opportunity to comment in rebuttal.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a lot to say. I do think the objections to the pool. I think that came through in the submissions. Unfortunately, this is the location for the pool, and Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Clay, as he noted, pools are a common amenity in this area. There's no variance required for the pool location, setbacks, anything related to the pool. I don't think it's fair to ask the committee to discount submissions. As you know, this is an iterative consultation process. My client reached out to all of the neighbors to the rear for conversations. None of them responded. The neighbors to the north and the south did, and after explanation, filed their letters of support. That is what it is in the consultation process. They chose to engage and then provided letters of support. And they're the neighbors immediately to the north and to the south. I understand the concern with the pool to the rear, but really this is just about a modest reduction to enable some appropriate hardscape decking around the pool. I think the impacts are exaggerated, and I would be asking the committee to allow this variance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, now with the opportunity members to put questions to the agent. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. David, just looking at the site plan, it looks like the area where the pool is going to go is being ringed with trees of some sort. Can you just let us know what sort of the privacy / buffering treatment is going to be around that pool?
Yes, the site plan does show softscape planting around the edges. The intention there are what I would call privacy conifers screening that go on the north, the west, and sorry, I shouldn't say all of the west, most of the west. There's then a small area that's labeled as pool equipment pad and box, and then most of the south has slightly larger hedge screening in those areas. The hope is that they will mitigate, provide some privacy. If you note on the site plan, immediately to the west of the pool, there's a frame garage adjacent to the pool structure, and we're hopeful that all of that acts as an appropriate buffer between those two immediately adjacent properties.
Thanks. Can I ask a couple questions about the garage, the existing garage? We heard from from the individual that spoke earlier, some concern that it's not actually a garage. Is it a garage?
My understanding is it's a garage. I don't have a basis to understand why they're disputing that it's a garage. And in fact, in terms of where parking would be on the site, my understanding is it's a parking space required. So I don't have any information to understand why that concern is being raised.
Secondly, so you have to get, so the coach house and the garage kind of span lot line and lot line are pretty close. How would you get construction equipment and excavation equipment back in there to do your pool? I mean, it's not relevant to your variance, but I'm just curious.
I actually don't know the answer to that. And it may be that in speaking with the neighbors at 52 to the north or 44 to the south, they may be helpful in allowing some access across. I confess, I've actually not had that conversation with the architects or the owners.
Okay. And lastly, do you know if it's a flat roof on the garage or is it a peaked roof?
I don't immediately know the answer to that, to be honest, because I had not looked. And I'm just seeing if I have anything that tells me. I don't have anything immediately in front of me that tells me. I'll see if I can find something in looking.
Well, thanks. The reason I ask is you are, reducing your soft landscaping in and around the proposed pool area. If that were, for example, a flat roof, your client might be able to put a green roof in there, which might mitigate some of the landscaping issues.
Yeah, I'm just zooming in to see if I can give you any thoughts on that. It looks like the 1.5 story brick dwelling is sloped. It looks like the garage is flat. I don't know the structure underneath it to know whether it can accommodate a green roof. It is certainly something so I can't commit that it's something that could be done. I just don't know if that would cause any issues with the roof of the garage itself structurally, but it is something that I can pass along to the client from the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Question for the agent. I'll ask staff to just fall down there to the site plan that shows the site plan end to end on the property. I think it's 2 more down. There we are, we're getting close. There it is, and it's changed its orientation, but that's the one I want. Very good, okay. So, agent, here we look at this property. It's a large property, and a very substantial chunk of it, front to rear, is driveway. And what puzzles me is this existing courtyard. On any other property, that would probably be, I'm wondering why that isn't deemed to be back, rear yard, and why there are not 2 sections of rear yard with the coach house in between. where in the definitions does that get to be an existing courtyard and thereby okay to be paved over?
It's not okay to be paved over, Mr. Chair. And in fact, that's the first variance. It's a very good question. That's the first variance from August 2021. So it's the rear wall of the dwelling and then going west from that is then the rear yard. And so while we have it labeled as an existing courtyard, and I guess it is a courtyard because it's between the 1.5-story brick dwelling and the garage, and it's an area used for vehicle maneuvering, but it technically under the zoning is part of the rear yard because it's paved, sir. It counts as hard landscaping in the rear yard.
It's hard landscape in the rear yard, okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so answer me this question further, please. If I know you've been very careful to define this difference between the pool decking and the pool itself, but if the pool was, I just want to understand this calculation. If the pool was not there at all, so you take away the pool, take away the associated decking, what does the 21% figure become then?
If you take away the pool and the decking?
Yes.
25.8.
Then you're 25 out of 50.
Yes.
And
it's the 4.8% is caused by the 4.8% reduction from August 2021 to what's being requested is caused by the pool and the decking.
Okay. And so the reason we just got to 25% is because there's an additional 25 that's deficient, and that's over in the existing courtyard area. It's paved over, in fact. That's
a fair summary. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now I understand it, and I am concerned that here we have the large chunk of the rear yard paved, and now we're falling further to pave or to set up this decking. It's my sense that you've already got a significant chunk of the property paved that should be soft, and here we are simply exacerbating that to a degree.
Yes, it is additional. I would say it's very small to enable the pool, and appropriate decking around the pool is all I would say, Mr. Chair.
I'm just looking at the whole expanse of the property now and wondering, and I'm looking at and saying to myself, boy, oh boy, on this great huge property, there certainly is not very much in the way of soft landscaping.
And I would simply say, Mr. Chair, there aren't a lot of opportunities for it. If I could ask staff just to scroll up a little bit, I'll show you the soft landscaping calculation. Thank you, staff. That's it. Oops, sorry. Go back a little bit. There we go. Thank you. It's that top row, Mr. Chair. So you can see what gets excluded, i.e. the garage and the 1.5-story accessory structure or dwelling don't count either way. They're neither soft landscaping nor hard landscaping. So you can see in white what would be the courtyard there on the right, and where landscaping has been able to be inserted around the courtyard, it's been done. Then you see that white area, again, it's neither hard nor soft landscaping, essentially where the garage and the 1.5-story structure are. You then get to the rear, and as Mr. Clay noted, landscaping is being provided around the perimeter for plantings and screening. There's another planting area in between on that between the back of the garage and the back of the dwelling. And then the pool itself technically is soft landscaping under the calculation. And then the balance is decking or pedestrian space.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, other questions for the speaker? No. Okay, I think at this stage then we can take the application into committee for discussion and moving toward a motion. Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to start with some comments, if I may. I find the reduction in soft landscaping to be very difficult. I certainly do not believe I can support it. And here's part of my understanding. I recognize that our rules include swimming pools as soft landscaping. The problem with that, and including green roofs, is that any excess moisture on a green roof or in a pool ultimately feeds into our drainage system, into the sewer system. It doesn't infiltrate the water table, which is what's, in my view, soft landscaping is all about. It allows moisture to enter the water table, gradually percolating through. So I find this, this is an opportunity missed, I believe, where you've got this massive, from what I understand, it's asphalt driveway, including that courtyard. The entire area is paved over, and I do believe every one of us has a responsibility to do whatever we can to increase soft landscaping, not decrease it. So this is one application that I cannot support.
Thank you. Other comment from anybody? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Zahir. I know that this is a relatively seemingly minor reduction from what was previously approved almost 2 years ago. But I do think, as Zahir said, it's a missed opportunity. I think there's many portions of this site plan that could be enlarged to take soft landscaping, like the borders around the pool in the backyard, in the back end of the site, and even pulling up some of the hardscape in the courtyard, which seems excessive. And in retrospect, actually may not have been the best decision, and even though I voted for it. But hindsight's 20/20 apparently. So anyway, I think that they can build a pool without a variance. I think it's eminently doable. So I won't support it.
Thank you. Care to say anything, Mr. Clay? You don't have to.
I'm not as fussed with this application as my colleagues are. I would agree that whether we made a good decision or not 2 years ago, we did make a decision based on the facts that were available, I guess, at the time, and it was a unanimous decision, I did note. And this, to me, is just a really quite a modest change to that. I would have liked to have seen, and I think it could be done if it's a flat roof, a green roof. I take Zahir's point, but I also take the point that a green roof does actually help absorb some rainfall, and that would otherwise just be on a shingled roof that would indeed have to be shed into the property. So I think with the landscaping that is surrounding the pool area, that the incremental change to what was previously approved is, in my view, minor. So I would take a different view, but I appreciate my colleagues' comments.
Thank you. For my part, I won't be supporting the application. That courtyard is. I know that it has to be of a certain size in order to allow cars to turn around, to egress from the property, but I think there were chunks in there that could have been sacrificed, paving back to soft landscaping in order to make up for the decking that is, the decking around the pool is a sensible idea, it makes sense. But it could have been offset by surrendering some chunks of the courtyard back to soft landscaping. So I won't be supporting the application. I look to someone for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move refusal of this application.
Is there a second? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? Let the record show that Mr. Clay is in dissent. With that vote, the motion is carried and the application is thereby refused. Thank you. And panel moves on to number 23. On this application we have before us, this is 108 DEWBOURNE. Materials submitted. 5 photographs, digital renderings from the agent, and presentation materials received May 26. There are 10 form letters in support, and these are signed by owners and occupants on DEWBOURNE Avenue and Peveril Hill North. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you. Could you state your name, please?
My name is Sami Rafi. I am the authorized agent for Radzinski family in regards to this application, and would like to thank you for taking the time to hear our case today.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Any questions, panel, for this? Yes, we do. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a quick question. The rear deck that you've got, I notice on the, I think it's the east side, you've got a privacy screen. On the west side, there's nothing. Is there overlook on the west side? Is there a neighbor on the east side? Sorry, on the west side.
The privacy. I did have some comments to make before, but I'll answer your question. The privacy screen serves a purpose of blocking a view of traffic. I think the neighbors are very well acquainted with the Radzinski family, but the privacy screen is just mainly to block the view of traffic from the street. If you recognize the area has been, or the street has been turned into more of a main street because of the construction on Eglinton, and there's a lot of heavy traffic that flows through that area. So that's the reason why there's a privacy screen there.
That's the east side, but on the west side, there's a neighbor on the west side?
Yes, there's a neighbor on the west side. There's actually no view into their backyard because on the property line, there is a garage structure. So there's a garage that's built right on the property line, and that completely blocks the view into their backyard. The neighbor's backyard probably has maybe 20 or maybe more trees that are very, very large. They like to keep their backyard similar to a ravine. So there's no privacy concern on the west side.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Rafa, you had said you had some comments for us.
Yes.
We don't want a presentation. We don't require a presentation, but if you have a few quick comments, we will allow that. So just a few quick comments will be fine.
Yeah, so the reason we're seeking these minor variances today is because Charles and Wendy Radzinski are planning to age in place, and they require the added deck for as per the proposed design to make this possible. They're getting older, and the 4 split level backyard, if you can see in figures 1 and 2 in the supporting documents we've submitted, is becoming more difficult for them to use for their friends and their family, and they're currently rarely able to use their backyard. They love their home and their community which they lived in for 30 years, and they are looking to to make this their forever home. The new build will give them the ability to use their backyard in the long run, and will also allow them to add accessibility features in the backyard that are currently not possible. The new deck design also serves as a carport, and also it gives them the ability to have all that space on the main floor level, so they don't have to use stairs.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry?
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
No problem.
I think that gives us a sense of the rationale for your application. Okay. Fine. Are there any other questions at this stage? Let's take the application into committee and move to a motion. If anyone's ready with a motion, let's go. So at this stage, okay, there we go. Very good. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is reasonable. It is a very, very large deck, but I think given the situation of the site and the topography involved, it works, I think, and it actually, I think it's a positive development for the site. I think it's a decent thing. So I move approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote. To carry the motion, the application is approved. application number 24 is 2343 Queen Street East, and on this application, we do have a request to defer. So let's have the applicant join us.
I'm Ferdinand Wagner. I'm the applicant for the project. And do you want my address?
Please.
Okay, yeah, 450 Lynbrook Road, Whitby, Ontario. And I want to thank you for taking the time to hear this. We have requested a deferral.
And Ferdinand, could you explain the rationale for that request?
Okay, first of all, we've been working with the planner for quite some time, and we got to the point where the planner is actually supportive of our project. However, I've been really ill for 2 weeks, and there are some numerical errors when what happened on the notice, which is totally my fault. They're very minor, but they were still made, and I'm well now, and we want a deferral so we can just clean up those numbers.
Okay, are those errors that you're talking about, are they in the application as it was distributed to the public?
Yes, they're very minor, but they're there. Yes, that is why
Okay.
we are seeking a deferral so that the committee can send out new notices with the correct numbers.
Very good. Now we have, I'm going to check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have two people standing by?
To you, Mr. Chair, we only have one of the two speakers standing by.
Just one, okay. I'm going to ask you to put that person on then, please.
Hi, this is Walter Schreiner speaking.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Walter.
Thanks for hearing me. Yes, I am the neighbor right to the north on this property.
I want to ask you
And,
something, Walter. Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
I want to ask you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now go ahead.
Okay, so the applicant and agent has asked to have the application deferred. They have informed the committee that there are mathematical miscalculations in the application as it was distributed. So they've asked for it to be deferred so those can be corrected. And what would have to happen would be that that the application would be distributed again.
Okay.
And so I wonder, I just wanted to ask you this. The committee will make the decision, but I wanted to ask you, because you've been patiently standing by, is that, would you be agreeable to that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm not going to get into the actual detail of the application with you, because
Thank you.
I'm going to go back now to the panel, and we're going to determine whether or not they want to defer. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, Walter, thank you. All right, so panel, there's the background. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, Chair. I move that this is deferred for the reasons cited by the applicant.
Very good. Is that seconded? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. All in favor, please show hands. And there's a vote to carry the motion. The application is deferred. Number 25 is 423 Rhodes Avenue. On this application, before us are submitted materials. There's an arborist report, and there is an urban forestry staff report. Let's have the agent join us.
Hello, Victoria. You've been unmuted.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hello?
Would you state your name, please?
Hi, Mr. Chair. My name is Victoria Soon.
Very good. Okay. Okay, panel members. We have the agent with us now. Are there any questions for this agent? Not hearing any. Okay. Is anyone on panel ready to move forward to a motion? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. This is one of those really very real minor variances. All of the numeric values are extremely minimal, and I can see no negative impact of approving this. So I move approval with only the one condition from urban forestry number 2.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Clay. Moved and seconded. Approval. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. Application is approved. We move on to number 26. 269 Albany Ave. Here we have before us the submitted materials plus a revised site plan, March 17. And there's a cover letter and a list of comparables. May the 23rd. Excuse me. There are about 12 or 13 previous Committee of Adjustment decisions at various addresses. There is an arborist report. And there is a 38 signature petition supporting the application from owners and occupants of properties on Albany Avenue. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. Moderator, do we have one person standing by here?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay, then. We have one person standing by in interest. Okay. I'm going to ask to speak to that person, please.
Hello, Carol. You've been unmuted.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I live at 417 DuPont Street. My home, the side wall of my house runs perpendicular to the back of 269 Albany Avenue. And I just wanted a few points of clarification. What I'm seeing in the screen in front of me is it says to construct a rear 3-story addition with a 3rd-story balcony. I understand that it's a 3rd floor addition, not a 3-story addition, but a 3rd-story addition with a rear floor balcony and a new solarium. Could I get that
Carol,
confirmed?
Carol, I'm sorry. Carol, I was just going to, when I had you come on there, I just wanted to see what your interest was. So you're not actually opposed, but you want to get some questions answered. So I'm going to
just some clarification.
I'm going to go back now to the applicant, and we're going to have the applicant give us a presentation on what is proposed.
Thank you.
So let's do that now. We'll go back to Duncan, and Duncan, I'm going to ask you to present your application to the panel, please. You've got 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, the neighbor is absolutely correct. That this is not that wording was incorrect. That was an administrative error. In fact, this is a 3rd floor addition. Currently, at the 3rd floor, there's the front part of the house. The 3rd floor is totally occupied, and then there's a 3rd floor deck at the back of the house. What we're looking to do is extend the 3rd floor over the deck, and then on the ground floor, what my client is looking to do is build essentially a solarium. It's going to be a glass enclosed rear porch. So no, it is not a three-story addition. It is a fairly small 3rd floor addition, which staff is looking for right now. There you go. There's the 3rd floor addition, and as you can see on the right-hand side, a fairly small solarium attached to the back.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't really have any further words of explanation.
Okay, then, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, then, so we will now go back to the person standing by.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The other question I have is how much closer this build will be to the sidewall of my house. And I'm seeing in the application that the existing rear lot line is existing as 11.49 meters, and the proposed will be 9.51 meters, making the build 2 meters closer to my home. But I'm a little bit confused what it means when it says this on today's agenda. It says the maximum permitted building depth is 17 meters. The altered dwelling will have a depth of 17.49 meters. So if someone could explain to me what the difference is?
Well, we'll ask the applicant to explain to you what he intends. We can go back to the applicant now for his comment. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Back deck currently is. Oh, hello. In the location where the back deck currently is, we're looking to basically enclose that that deck. So we are extending the depth of the building by 8 feet effectively. And as you saw, this is a variance of about 18 inches from what the depth that is required by the bylaw.
Okay. Very good. Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just one quick question with regard to the balcony. The third floor balcony, I noticed in, can't see which one, it's drawing A2.1. It's so supported by a steel rod, or some sort of form of steel projection from the roof.
Yes.
There's no side privacy height on that balcony from what I can see, because presumably you have an overlook onto at least one or possibly both neighbors.
Yeah, that is correct. Yes. Yep.
Would you be okay with the 1.5 privacy screening condition?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And that screen does not have to be fully opaque, right? It can be like a trellis material or something.
I imagine as long as it provides privacy, that presumably would be okay.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for, okay, thank you very much. And just for the record, I think it's clear that we do need to alter the purpose of the application to reflect what's actually happening. And so just for staff to note that the wording should change from by constructing a rear 3-story addition. That should be rephrased to read by constructing a rear 3rd floor addition.
Through the chair, that's correct, and we will correct that typo and amend the purpose.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, I think we've got the application is then cleaned up in terms of the wording. Panel members, I think we can take it into committee now for a motion or a discussion if anyone wants to. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
I'd be happy to move forward with the motion if there aren't any comments. I think this is a relatively straightforward and minor request. There are only 2 conditions that I can see. One would be providing privacy screening on the east and west sides of the 2nd floor balcony, or sorry, 3rd floor balcony, and forestry at number 2.
Very good.
And of course, it's amended.
And it is now amended, yes. All right. Is there a second for that? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. Okay. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please.
Through the chair, apologies. Can we just confirm the urban forestry condition?
I'm sorry, I think.
Yeah, I don't see urban forestry.
I'm sorry. I think I was looking on my sheet here. I was looking at Rhodes Avenue, which has forestry too. So
no
Albany
problem.
doesn't have anything. I beg your pardon. And I believe the balcony screening is on the north and south sides, not the east and west.
Okay.
Double correction.
I never doubted you at all, Zahir.
Eyes on is good. Thank you.
Okay, panel. Now I think we know what we're voting on now, and I think what's written down reflects what we think we're voting on. So it is moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. And that vote carries the motion unanimously. Application approved. Number 27 is 1613 to 1615 Dundas Street West. We have submitted materials. We have a cover letter from the agent, May. There's a tree protection plan. And there is email correspondence from Transportation Services. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, hi, I'm Timothy Mitanidis, the agent for the owner, the architect at Creative Union Network. Our address is 113 Wolseley Street, Toronto.
Good afternoon. Okay.
That's
Questions here, panel, for the agent? No? Mr. Bai, go ahead.
Just a quick one. I just trying to find the appropriate drawing that shows your rooftop terrace and if there's any screening attached to it. Not on both sides, I would imagine. It's particularly on the east side, overlooking some residential areas, presumably. The other side, I believe, is overlooking a street, so you're okay there.
Yeah, the north and west sides are overlooking the street, so the north towards Dundas and the west towards Brock Avenue. The east, which is the longer one, view is over the rooftops of similar commercial buildings. And only on the south is there potential overlook on to a residential property, but on that side is a three-story, quite large, let's say, converted loft block, where I think privacy won't be a significant issue.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, let's move forward. Anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Clay, please.
Chair, I'm going to make a couple of comments and defer to Peter because I think this is in his backyard and probably knows this intersection better than most. But this is a very welcome proposal to regenerate and revitalize this this corner at this intersection. I was quite struck. I thought it was an excellent proposal. I think it's a great addition of 8 units into this area very well served by transit and very walkable and very able to accommodate additional rental units. And I thought the design was quite attractive, and yet in keeping with and respecting some of the heritage elements of the existing structure, which we understand is quite old. I don't have any problems at all with this application. I think the variances are minor overall. I accept the applicant's explanation about screening for the terrace. I don't think it's needed. Peter, what do you, how do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I'm not within the circulation zone, so I'm not that.
I know, I did.
It's on my street. Yeah, I think it's a great addition. I think it's, especially given the immediate context, there's commercial uses all around it, and then the converted kind of former industrial building to the south, I think buffers impacts to the south in a really meaningful way. And these look like good-sized units that that are well laid out, and I think it'll be a positive addition to the neighborhood. And the variances, looking at this, I thought the variances would be more pronounced, but they're I think they're minor. So thanks for the referral, Larry. I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clay seconds your motion. So it is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carried, application approved. Number 28, 191 GLENMOUNT. We have submitted materials, 3 photographs from January, cover letter from the agent May, and support correspondence from 173 GLENMOUNT, and 3 form letters from 189 GLENMOUNT, and 2097 and 2099 Gerard East. And we'll have the agent join us, please. And I'll ask staff, if you would, to put up as a photograph of a garage under construction. Could you put that up? That's the one, yeah. Okay. So I'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith. I'm the agent for the application at 191 Glenmount Park Road.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, anyone like a presentation here or have questions? My question for you, Jay, is with respect to the photograph we're looking at, is that your proposed development?
Unfortunately, the homeowner built this without a permit in place. Once this was up, building inspector came by, issued a stop order. At that point, I was brought into the project to legalize it, to get the building permit, to take it through committee of adjustment. So I'm handling that end of it, but it was not my original design, sir.
No, I understand. But what basically the committee is dealing with here is an application which is seeking to legalize some development that's already partly constructed. Is this looks like a winter photograph. Is that still the status of the project?
That is. They have done no work further since the order was issued. So that is the condition it is at right now.
Okay. So just for the benefit of all those watching and taking an interest in this, the Committee of Adjustment in no way condones development that goes ahead without the benefit of a building permit. But sometimes these applications do come to us. And the way that we are mandated to approach these applications is to approach them exactly the same way as we would any other application. In other words, we look at the application and think about it as if it was still unbuilt, as if it was still a proposal on paper, and ask ourselves whether it meets the 4 tests. So that's how committee approaches these applications, and that's how we'll be approaching this one. Okay. Now we have no one standing by to speak on this in opposition or support.
Chair, quick question.
Yes.
If I might. So I'm looking at the photos, I'm just trying to understand. So the photos that you included with cars and garage facades, that doesn't show the this current structure as is now. I'm just trying to put it in context here.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The garage with the dark brown door was the existing garage in that picture. We are they have been replacing that existing structure. It is further into the yard than the existing garage was, but that is where the garage is placed.
Gotcha. So that photo there has been, that garage has been demolished and you've rebuilt, or your client has rebuilt what looks like in the other photo.
That is correct.
Okay, so the access to the garage is from that laneway area.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. I just noticed there's a significant grade, or sort of looks like the garage is elevated from the ground level towards the house. But I guess that doesn't matter.
No, it is those properties do slope towards Glenmount. The closer you get to the front of the house, the slope is more severe. But yes, it won't really impact anything because we do have soft landscaping going in around the garage.
Gotcha. Great, thank you.
Mr. Byatt.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Chair. On the site plan on the north side of the structure, you've indicated this entire area, both on the north side as well as on the west side, is lawn. One of the photographs seems to suggest that this may not be, so I'm just wondering if that's correct. If I look at the third photograph of the skeleton of the new structure, it looks like that's paved and not lawn. Is that right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. They did put gravel down. They had planned on putting a patio when they brought me in. I explained to them that that wouldn't be happening. That gravel will be removed and it will be soft landscaping around the garage.
Thank you.
And while I look at this with what we have learned from the agent, I think the purpose of the application does bear rewriting. Right now it reads to construct an ancillary building. I think it should read to legalize an ancillary building.
Through the chair, can the applicant clarify if they were actually issued an order to comply? I don't see an actual violation in the system. I see an investigation. If it's an investigation underway, then we could amend the purpose to read to permit the ancillary structure under construction. Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. The inspector, there was an investigation. The inspector let everybody know that no further construction was to be continued. We have kept him in the loop as to what's happening. I don't think he issued a formal order, but he did let everybody know that nothing could proceed on the project.
Through the chair, that seems to accurately reflect what I'm seeing in the system. So we could amend the purpose to reflect, to permit the ancillary structure brackets currently under construction.
Very good. Makes sense. Okay, so we are dealing with an amended application then. And panel, anyone ready to move forward with anyone? Let's take it into committee. We can discuss it if you like, or we can just move to a motion if anyone's ready. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve. It's a fairly straightforward application. Had it not been for the fact it's already under construction, I don't think we'd have much of a discussion around this particular case. So I'd like to move approval with no condition.
Thank you very much.
As amended.
And that is seconded, Mr. Reid. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. All those in favor, please show hands. The vote is unanimous. Motion carries. And
Chair, as a suggestion, we often insert a standard line about not condoning work being done without permit. Could we just add that into the minutes as a comment?
I think we should add that in. It's important.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I believe you mentioned that earlier, and we do already have that recorded for the record for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 29 is 39 PEARS Avenue. The committee has before it submitted materials, 2 photographs, and 5 form letters in support coming from owners and occupants 37 PEARS, 41, 33, 35, and 43 PEARS Avenue. And so we'll have the agent join us now, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Will Hudson. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Good afternoon. Okay. Are there any questions for the agent? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a quick one. Oh, it's okay. I was just trying to find the side elevation to see the balconies, but I noticed it's merely Juliet, so no problem. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm hearing no questions for the agent, so panel, let's take it into committee and move to a motion. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move approval on this. This is a very benign application, and I think it's been well designed. And as Zahir raised, the balconies in the rear are add to the house, but have no negative impacts or risk of overlook. And the additional massing's been very well maintained within the footprint. So I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much, and that is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Okay, moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. Thank you. Motion carries. Application approved. Number 30 is 21 DeSavery Crescent. We're looking at the submitted materials, and there's just one piece of correspondence. It is in support, and it comes from 19 DeSavery, from Dave Kodama and Lana Juve. So, agent, please join us. State your name.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 21 DeSavery Crescent, and I'm with Replacement Design, located at 911 Davenport Road.
Very good. Good afternoon. Panel questions?
Chair, so I just have a note in my notes about the adjacent semis. The adjacent semi, did you guys get support from the adjacent semi?
So to the chair, yes, we did get a letter of support from the adjacent semi at 23. It is included as a late submission. There was a problem with the initial document that was submitted, but it's my understanding that it's been uploaded to the AIC, and I've seen it earlier today. That's it on screen right now.
Oh, good. Yeah, I didn't see it in the supplementary.
Is the adjacent semi 23 or 19?
It's 23, which is what's appearing on screen right before you.
Okay. Okay. And I saw there was a letter also from 19 supporting. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Panel members, let's go into committee. If there are no further questions, anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take a crack at this one. It doesn't look like this is a problematic application. It's fairly straightforward. And with the adjacent neighbor not in opposition, I think that makes a huge difference. I don't see any of the variances that present any major headaches. So I'd like to move approval without any conditions. Yep, no conditions attached to this one.
Can't hear you, Bruce.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Pardon me. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Mr. Clay seconded. All in favor, please, show of hands. Thank you very much. All right. Motion carried, application approved. Number 31 is 276 to 294 Main Street. On this application before us are the submitted materials plus revised site plans, floor plans elevations May 2nd, cover letter from the agent March 14, arborist report, planning rationale by WND Associates, and presentation materials from the agent May 24. I'll have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Mark Yonya. On behalf of an employee of Tribute Danforth Limited, on behalf of this item at 276 Main Street in Toronto, I'm here along with Peter Jakovich and from Tribute and Tyler Peck from Walker Not Dogrisevich in support of the minor variance application.
Okay, very good. And just to note, there's no one registered to speak in opposition. So panel, would anyone like a presentation? Okay, we don't seem to need one. Any questions to put to the team? Go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Thanks. I think we just need to make sure we understand. So this is a reduction in non-res space. Presumably it's got something to do with market conditions. We're seeing more and more of that, I guess, given the prevailing economic circumstances. Have you, I don't see anything from planning. Have you guys been in touch with planning all the way through this?
We've reached out to planning and they have no comments.
Okay. But you're still, it looks like you're still having some professional space in that area, right?
Yes, what we're seeking to do is reduce the medical office space from a minimum of 1,400 square meters to 1,299 square meters, but we're still providing 1,299 square meters.
Right. Okay, thanks.
And I'm just curious, how will you repurpose that floor space?
Yes, it's being migrated to retail space to increase the size of the retail space to accommodate a pharmacy, which requires a larger footprint than was previously provided.
Makes good sense. Okay. Okay, then, thank you. Anyone ready with a motion on this panel?
Chair, I'm happy to move this one. This is a fairly straightforward technical thing. I think the explanation from the applicant is quite reasonable. And I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you for that. Is there a second? Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that motion is carried. Unanimous vote. Application is approved. Number 32 is 76 Eastbourne. We have submitted materials. There is a permit to injure or destroy trees. There are presentation materials from the agent, May 23. And in support, correspondence 123 Hillsdale, Don Findlay, and Nancy MacDonald. Okay, we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Lamor Ben-Mor Mizrahi. I am the architect and agent for the applicant at 76 Eastbourne Avenue. My address is 321 Hidden Trail, North York, Ontario.
Good afternoon, Lamor. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. There are two letters of support just for your reference on the application center. think one was submitted yesterday.
Okay.
Okay. So may I ask the moderator? Oh, there he did. Okay. The 76 Eastbourne is located within the established residential neighborhood of Chaplin Estates with 2- and 3-story detached houses situated on premium lots with private driveways. The houses in this neighborhood were built in the 1920s and 30s, and include many fine examples of Tudor, Georgian, and English cottage-style architecture. Next slide, please. The client has chosen not to build a new house on the property, as many have done, but rather renovate the existing home. Our proposal consists of a small rear bump out to an existing 2-story dwelling. Prior to this hearing, packages were circulated to 15 of the surrounding neighbors, including an explanation of the requested variance. We have received 2 letters of support and no letters of objection. Submission, as you mentioned, of a tree assessment and preservation plan by our arborist has been made to Urban Forestry, and a permit was issued. Next slide, please. We are applying for one minor variance. The variance concerns the building length. In the RD zone with a minimum required lot frontage of 18 meters or less, the permitted maximum building length for a detached house is 17 meters. The proposed building length is 19. Next slide, please. So as seen on the site plan, the 2-meter small extension at the rear triggers the variance of building length. However, it is in line with the allowable building length. And in addition, the rear main wall of the building is in line with the allowable building length at 17 meters. You can also see that on the next slide, please. So there's the extension. There are several examples of building length variances that were approved in Chaplin Estates. A most recent example at 91 Collin Avenue with an approved building length of 18.69 meters. As mentioned, there are no further variances for height, setbacks, nor FSI. When taking into account the requested minor variance in relation to the development in the area, it's our contention that the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw is maintained, and the requested variance is truly minor in nature. We maintain our application meets the 4 tests and respectfully seek approval for the relief of the building length variance of the dwelling brought forth to you today. I'm happy to answer any questions you or my speakers may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel, we have registered 4 speakers in opposition. How many are actually with us, moderator?
To you, Mr. Chair, we have all 4.
Okay, then let's hear from the first one, please.
Hello, Leslie and Andy, you've been unmuted.
Can I be included later in the rotation, please?
We can come back to you. We'll put you at the end of the list and come back
Thank
to
you.
you. Okay, next one.
Hello, Miriam, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to also request to be put at the end, please.
Okay, we've got 4 speakers. And so, Leslie, I'm going to put you second last. Or Miriam, sorry. You'll be the second last speaker.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead.
Hi, David, you've been unmuted.
Hello, actually, this is Melissa Clark. I'm here with my husband, David Easton. We are residents at 141 Hillsdale Avenue West. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. We are perhaps the most impacted by this project. We are the abutting neighbor to the north. And I would just like to clarify, because the description by the agent is somewhat deceptive. So we've been residents in our house for 21 years, and we're very happy to abut 76 Eastbourne. The house at 76 Eastbourne had the original circa 1926 home, like all of the rest of ours here in this block. and then had a deep one-story extension that actually is represented by the darkened footprint on the site plan. But it was a one-story extension. So to describe it as a two-story house that's just being extended to a significantly larger two-story house is somewhat inaccurate. So our concern is that the proposed two-story addition at 76 Eastbourne with a new wall at 9 meters in height will cover the entire south-facing rear yard view of our home, as well as part of our neighbors to the west. Our house is original, no extensions, and the yard is only 17 meters deep from our back wall, as are all the houses impacted by this project. If you do the math, you can see that the shading will impact a substantial portion of our yard, not to mention completely blocking any view we have of the tree canopy further down the street. We have consulted a few local nurseries to see if we can in fact plant anything on the rear of the yard to mask the proposed wall structure. And we've been told no, that trees will not thrive or survive with the height shade impact of the proposed new wall. So, I'm interested to understand if planning actually considers the real orientation of the abutting houses. The approved addition might be acceptable if it were a house that was being extended between two similarly oriented houses. In this situation, the extension will impact the backyards of two homes, completely eradicating the view shed, airflow, and shading the yard. We can only guess how it will negatively impact the value of our home ultimately. Given the impacts of the site plan as currently shown, it's our request that no further exceptions be made to facilitate a larger yet wall structure. It is our position that the scale of the current site plan, which is really doubling the footprint of the house to 2 stories, that's damaging enough. An extension to an extension, which is what's really being looked at today at the back end of 76 Eastbourne, is not a must-have and will further impact the residents of Hillsdale Avenue West. We thus request that this variance be declined.
And I would just like to add that it appears that the construction, it's in fact now a construction site where the original 1-story extension has been removed. They've already dug the basement to start the foundations, and the footings have appeared to have been laid already. So it would appear that they have an assumption that they have approval to the variance already on what is in fact a non-existent 2-story detached dwelling currently. And I think we've pretty much summed up what we said. So thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you very much. Anyone with questions here, panel, for these speakers? Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next speaker standing by.
Hi, Tom, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, committee, and thank you for your time today to hear my comments on this application. Some of these will, echo what you've just heard from the previous speaker. So the requested variance is for building length of 19 meters, whereas the bylaw permitted maximum is 17 meters. The owner has previously submitted a building application and received a building permit for a renovation and rear addition that is compliant with zoning bylaw requirements. This is a renovation project that is underway and not an existing construction as characterized on the applicant's A1.0 site plan drawing. Building length and building depth zoning prescriptions are both intended to support a general right to light and view for adjacent residential property owners. If building length or building depth are exceeded, This can negatively impact on adjacent owners by blocking views and casting significant shadow on adjacent properties. The addition and renovation currently under construction will already cast additional shadow onto Hillsdale Avenue properties that abut 76 Eastbourne. The permitted rear addition will be 9 meters tall and 6 meters long and replaces a previous single-story addition. This is as of right, as we understand it. However, granting permission for an additional 2 meters of length will only make this situation worse for the properties on Hillsdale. The variance required is what is described as a bay window according to the application. This modification will provide the owners with an increase of only 110 square feet to the 2,607 square feet of floor space already under construction. This 4% increase in floor area, yet the form of the proposed modification will require a 12% increase in the permitted building length. And finally, we have a concern that the application as submitted may be incomplete in terms of the variances required. The applicant has identified the minimum front yard setback at 6.69 meters, which is the front of the existing dwelling. In determining the bylaw defined minimum setback, we believe section 10.5.4070B, which is the average of 2 adjacent residential lots, is the governing regulation. In taking the average of 74 Eastbourne and 80 Eastbourne residences, the minimum front yard setback would be in the range of 4 meters. If this is the case, the application would also require a variance for building depth, as the proposed building depth could be 21 or 22 meters or more, which is in excess of the permitted 19 meters. So in summary and in closing, the owners already have a workable solution to the design of their new home as per building permit 22-234245. The proposed variance will only yield a 4% increase in floor area, yet requires a 12% increase in building length, all in excess of the bylaw. And finally, granting the variance will have an increased negative impact to the quality of light and views to Hillsdale Avenue properties, and by extension, a negative impact to the value of these properties. For these reasons, we request the committee decline the variance and uphold the bylaw intended equitable entitlement to daylight and view for all homeowners, not in favor of one property over others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions there, panel? No. Okay, moderator, we'll bring back now Melissa Clark, please. No, pardon me. We'll bring back now Miriam Di Giuseppe.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation. I am basically supporting the objections of the first 3 speakers. I am concerned, having been a resident and owner in this area for 40 years, I am concerned about the value of properties, but more importantly, I'm concerned that my neighbors would have their light blocked and their view blocked. And those of us that live close to corners are actually at risk for that kind of situation to be placed within our own areas. So I would just like to support the owners that are objecting, and I would ask that the application not be approved.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I didn't catch Miriam's address.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 136 Hillsdale Avenue West.
Thank you.
And we'll now go back to Leslie and Andy Kovac.
Hi, this is Andy Kovac. We're at 134 Hillsdale Avenue West. I'm just going to reiterate, I'm not going to belabor it, but essentially the impact to the neighbor's use and enjoyment shouldn't be sacrificed for one homeowner. The the scale and the scope of the addition, I think, is out of keeping with the area. And I think that the panel, I would like the panel to respect that and to decline the application. Thank you for your time today. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, well, now we will return to the agent, who, having heard these speakers, will have an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. So let's go back to the agent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll answer to Mrs. Melissa Clark and Dan. They're of 141 Hillsdale Avenue. If the moderator would please put the neighborhood map again on the screen for just a minute. So 141 Hillsdale has, as you see on this neighborhood map, a large shed at the rear. I'm not sure if that's a garage, but there is a large structure, one-story structure. If you can go back to my site plan kindly. And a little bit blow up. So there's the shed or structure adjacent to our new addition. Firstly, I'd like to say that the permit that exists currently, and same with the construction that any of the neighbors have seen, have to do with the existing permit. The permit was issued. There is a lot of interior renovation. Prep was made for beams and columns for the two-story. So the two-story exists as far as we're concerned. And this new addition is essentially directly behind the shed that exists. So I don't, on the first floor, there is no, it's already blocked by the neighbors. The neighbors don't see anything but their shed. I don't see the new addition being any hindrance to their light in that respect. On the second floor, which is partially above the shed, is about 5'8.5" feet from the property line, whereas their shed is already almost to the property line. So I don't see any there are no window overlooks on the second floor for the new addition. The tree canopy is still in full view of the neighbors, of all the neighbors. If you see that large tree, it is an absolutely full view to everyone. There are no other trees along that line of sight. So with that said, I don't think that, honestly, that this new addition would hinder light nor view to the extent that was mentioned. As I understand that the building depth is taken to the existing front bump out. I don't know why that was contested. It is going through the to the actual bump out at the front. So there is no, if you see that, that's where the measurement is taken. If you take the main wall of the building beyond the bump out, that is in fact, probably about 1.5 meters at least back from the from that front wall. So from the bump out. So, I really don't have much to say again to respond other than that is our contention. It really truly is, I believe, still a very minor variance. I don't see how all of this, blocking of light and et cetera is really a problem.
Okay. Let's see if there are questions for you. Panel members?
Sure.
Mr. Clay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just trying to understand some of your drawings. If you go to A3.0, I see the foundation for the addition you're seeking permission for, but right next to it looks like there's a foundation which is indicated it's unexcavated, but that is a foundation.
That's the porch. That's the porch.
But that is that's a full foundation?
Well, because of the stairs and because of that is a full foundation. It's 4 feet deep, but that's it, yeah.
Sorry, that's 4 feet deep? That looks
From
like
the
it's
ground.
twice.
From the ground, yeah.
4 feet deep, okay. So it'd be like a crawl space, I guess.
Yes, there is no access to it, actually.
Above that, you indicate there's going to be an outdoor kitchen. I think I saw on your site plan.
That's really just a barbecue area. It's not
Okay.
an outdoor kitchen.
When we see outdoor kitchen, what we typically think about is something that's a little bit more substantial and often with a roof. So I guess what I was asking is that porch area
covered? No.
Yeah, is it covered?
No. It's not really. It's really just an outdoor barbecue.
Okay, but it does say outdoor kitchen.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Should say barbecue.
And just
Or barbecue, yeah.
I appreciate that you've got a permit, so you've got an as of right development going on. Is it substantially completed, at least on the outside? So you've put the addition on in the back?
No, the addition hasn't been put on the back. It's just the foundations of the whatever was approved in permit.
Right, but what I thought I heard some of the folks that called in say that this is an addition on an addition. So what I think I'm asking is, under the permit that you have, the building permit, were you going back further from the original house?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a kind of an odd configuration. I would say that the wall where the bump out is currently requested, that is the wall of the existing. And then it kind of does a 45 degree and then goes back to the side. So that has been removed, and it was really a very it was an addition, like a one-story addition that wasn't very stable, and so that has been removed.
So the 17 meter. So you were already, like, the original house was at 17 meters or
Yeah, it was it was already at 17 meters. It was as of right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. From what I can see, what I understand is that this application is really looking for an opportunity to extend that the portion of the house, the little bump out at the back.
Correct, the breakfast area.
That's essentially it. Listening to some of the folks on the north side of your property, Hillsdale.
Hillsdale.
The concerns about light, sunlight being affected in their backyards. The house itself, apart from the addition, presumably that height is going to be the height, because I'm not sure what the original application was for the renovation of the house itself. Was that exceeding the height of the older property or not?
No, I think it was as of right. Everything was as
of right.
Yeah.
So essentially, the bump out from point of view of light is essentially the shed. You've got a shed on the one side, so the shed is already there.
Right.
So I'm not quite sure what the concern is with regard to light being affected by this addition that you're requesting. I really don't see a major issue with the application itself. You've got one variance, and the variance is limited to that partial piece jutting out in the back. If that's my understanding, then I think this is a fairly straightforward application.
That is correct.
Maybe that I just need a little clarification, because I thought I heard you say that the original house was one story to the rear.
No. To the rear? No.
Yeah.
It does have 2 stories.
No. The original house.
Yeah, the original house. You
Okay.
can look at the picture in the presentation material. I think there's one photo of
Okay, that's fine. I think it's what we're just trying to get clarity on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the existing structure which you're renovating under the building permit was 2 stories right back to the back to where meets where you're proposing to do this new addition. That's what I think we're trying to establish.
Yes, I mean, we already have a permit for the as of right anyway to the 17 meter, but the 17 meter, there is a wall along that side that exists that is that 17 meter in length. We are just continuing that line and closing off. There was an odd corner. We are closing off the corner, making it more a rectangular house.
And that original building was 2 stories right up to that point?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. I thought I heard someone say that was a 1-story, that was 1 story towards the rear and you put a 2nd story. So I just wanted to get that clarified.
Just a moment. I'm going to make sure. If you give me a moment, because it's been a while since there was a 1-story in the back. I'll tell you how far back it was. Just find the survey. Moderator, do you happen to have the survey, the existing survey? Oh, there we go. That's the addition. So that 1-story brick frame and that weird corner, that has all been filled in with a 2nd story.
Right, so I think that's what we're trying to get at. So the 2-story original house went back to a certain point, then it was 1 story back to where you've got permissions to add a 2nd story on. So that's what I thought I heard one of the callers say, that there was a 1-story addition on the back, and under your permit, you've gotten permission to build a 2nd story over that original 1-story. That's okay. So Zahir, to your point, about what the people are concerned about is that their view has changed a little bit because of the 2nd story. Now they're bumping out a little further. So that's what I think we just wanted to get clear about and understand properly.
Right, Larry, understood. But again, that is as of right. I mean, anyone.
We understand that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I think at this stage we can take the application into committee. So we'll do that now. And I invite anyone who wants to make a comment to go ahead, or we can move to a motion. Mr. Reid, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is completely reasonable. I understand that the adjacent neighbors flanking this lot, that this is a change for them, in that there was a 1-story portion that's now 2, and then there's going to be a further addition on the back. But I think, as was made quite clear, the 17-meter squared off house now is as of right, and what we're talking about is basically a 2-meter extension onto that. I think the fact that it's, say 100 feet or so from many of the viewpoints from the flanking lots, I think a 2-meter difference won't make a meaningful, won't result in a meaningful impact on those residents. Is what I can see from this. So if my colleagues don't have anything further to add, I'd like to move approval of this application, but I would like to tie it to a site plan, just to ensure that additional depth is limited to the portion. I think it's a smart design decision that it's being stepped in from both sides, so I think that should be assured.
Very good. Is there a second? There is, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve, subject to being tied to plans, site plan. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That motion carries by a unanimous vote, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Panel moves along to number 33, and we're going to come back to number, just a second here. We're going to do number 33, that after that we will recess briefly. So, number 33 is 57 Spadina Avenue. On this application we have before us material submitted by the applicant, revised site plan, March 23, cover letter agent, March 6, 2017 Committee of Adjustment decision, and a site-specific bylaw affecting the property. There's correspondence in opposition from 401 415 King Street West. Okay, so let's have the agent join us, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean McGaffey with WND Associates, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, Toronto, Ontario, M4P 2Y3.
Very good. Moderator, do we have one person standing by? We do. Okay, very good then. Sean, go ahead and make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm here today on behalf of the owners of 57 Spadina Avenue in support of the application for minor variance to alter the requirement for a minimum quantity of office uses as a component of the permitted non-residential space. So this application relates to an existing 36-story mixed-use building which contains residential and non-residential uses. The building is a result of a previous site-specific development application and subsequent bylaw, as you noted in 2014, and the site-specific bylaw, now incorporated into 569/2013, permits a total of 5,000 square meters of non-residential uses and requires that 50% or 2,500 square meters be used for office space. There is no regulatory requirement for where this space is located in the building or how it's delineated. So to date, since the building has been constructed, the owner has been unsuccessful in attracting a tenant to the constructed office space component. And accordingly, we're seeking a removal of the 2,500 square meter office space requirement in order to allow the other non-permitted non-residential uses to occupy that space. So for example, this could include items like a hotel, an educational use, a school, daycare, artist workshop, more retail, a cafe, restaurant, all those sorts of things that are already permitted on the site within that 5,000 square meters. So I had a chance to review the submitted letter from 401 415 King Street West, and I just want to assure the committee and that adjacent owner that this application is not seeking any new uses for the subject site that are not otherwise already permitted by the site-specific zoning. It simply proposes to remove the minimum quantum of office space as a component of that non-residential space. So with respect to the official plan, the proposed relief maintains the general intent and purpose by ensuring efficient use of the existing building and provides non-residential uses that contribute to the vibrancy of the area. The King Spadina Plan update notes recently that such a mix of commercial activity supports the changing demands of the area and the market. With respect to the zoning bylaw, the regulations enacted in 2014 serve to ensure a minimum area of non-residential activity would be provided in order to ensure the building contributes to the vibrancy of the area as well as employment opportunities. Since this time, and particularly in recent years, the demand for office space has softened, and that's likely an understatement given all the news articles, the things we're seeing these days. In fact, a big expose from TVO today alone. As workplaces continue to evolve and the nature of office space changes, the office uses are expected to remain unviable into the future. Accordingly, I feel the relief is appropriate in order to ensure that the bylaw's intent of providing a minimum degree of non-residential activity is achieved. The requested relief will provide necessary flexibility to attract a wider range of tenants to the existing space, and as well, this is not a conversion of office space to residential uses, as is being often discussed in the news these days. There is no adverse impact on adjacent properties or the broader neighborhood as a whole, as like I said, there is no introduction of new uses here. Toronto is experiencing a difficult time for office-based development, with major leases of under-construction buildings being cancelled, such as we've seen of Shopify's recent announcement regarding the Well and the City of Toronto's disposal of some of their own office locations. In my opinion, the requested relief will enable appropriate non-residential uses of the existing space that's responsive to market conditions and is viable to operate and contributes to the vibrant economy of downtown Toronto. It's my respectful submission to the committee that the requested relief conforms to the four tests of the Planning Act, does not bring any negative or potential adverse impacts to adjacent properties, and is appropriate for the subject site. I'm happy to answer any questions from yourself or from the members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any questions, panel, at this stage? We do have one speaker in opposition to hear from. Let's go to that speaker then, moderator.
Hi, Brian or Jeff, you've been unmuted.
So,
State your name, please.
I
Brian
think.
Crombie. Have I been unmuted? Hello, can you hear me? Brian Crombie?
Hi, Brian, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Brian Crombie. I am the Chief Operating Officer for TerraCap, and we own the adjacent site at 401 to 415 King Street West. And I would like to object to this application. We would appreciate that you consider either deferring the application such that the applicant has sufficient time to provide clarity on exactly what they plan on using the space for, instead of the office that was initially intended to be at the site. And in the alternative, if you don't choose to defer, then we would urge you to deny and refuse the variance sought. We did not object to the development when it was initially put forward. The applicant was kind enough to visit with us and in great detail share with us exactly what their plans are. And the plan included the 5,000 square meters of non-residential use, including the 2,500 square meters of office space. And at that time, we did not object. We don't think that after the fact, after we've already not objected, it is fair that they then change the plan, come back to you, and rely on the previous non-objection that we did provide. The applicant has not met with us, has not shared with us any plans, any changes to the structure, to the building. They've made vague references to a potential hotel use. If 2 floors were hotels, how that would change the layout of the building. Would there need to be balconies? Where would people exit? Traffic impacts, etc., would be an issue. Some of the other things that we are concerned about would be fitness centers, nightclubs, other uses that may not be conducive to the area. We thought that the plan that was there initially with the 2,500 square meters of office made a lot of sense. And if they want to change that before such time as we think that you should approve their change, they should get better clarity and come and speak with the neighbors about that. I reiterate, initially, we did not object to their development back about 5 years ago, 2017, when it was initially approved. I don't think that you can, after the fact, then come change things and count on our prior non-objection. They should have come, met with us, discussed with us what they were planning on doing, and seen if we continued with our non-objection. The laneway that separates our site to the north and them is quite narrow, and I'm very worried about traffic. I'm very worried about potential structure changes that would be required for things like hotels, fitness centers, nightclubs, other potential non-residential uses. So I would urge you to consider either deferring, as we request, such that they can meet with us and share with us exactly what they're thinking about doing, or to refuse it.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel? Not hearing any, we'll go back to the applicant, who will have an opportunity to comment in rebuttal on what was said.
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity here. I just want to stress to the adjacent owner that there is no introduction of uses that were otherwise not contemplated in the site-specific bylaw. I'm not before you, the committee today, asking for X additional use that was never contemplated. For example, if we were looking at a hotel use, which is really just a demonstration plan that was submitted for the benefit of this hearing, it's already permitted on the subject site by way of the CRE zoning that applies to the site. In fact, there's a number of conditions that apply that, again, we're not here asking for removal of any sort of conditions or considerations that would otherwise be already in place on the subject site. It's really just a result of there's 2,500 square meters of space sitting in that building that cannot be reasonably used for an office purpose because no one is interested in leasing it. There are, a retail sort of cafe operation at grade that's permitted by the bylaw, and that's included in that 5,000 square meters of overall non-residential space. So really, it's just to allow our client to more effectively market this space to, like I said, it could be a daycare or a school or something like that. With concerns of traffic and transportation, this project is subject to site-specific parking standards that would continue to apply to any future user of that property. And as we know, parking standards have largely been removed at this point. And I just want to touch on one other thing, but the 2017 approval for this application was related to the minor variance for parking, but the actual site-specific bylaw was enacted in 2014. So I don't quite understand the concern, to be honest with you, sir, and members of the committee. This is not to introduce a new use on the site that is otherwise not already permitted. It's to alter. It's basically to allow for removal of that office space. And should someone come along and offer to lease, 2,500 square meters of office space, my client would be absolutely thrilled to use that because it's already been built for office space. It's just the problem is that isn't happening. And it's not only this building that you're seeing that occur. And I think, we had another application just ahead of this one here where similar concerns. And I don't expect it'll be the last one before this committee either. So with that, I don't think this is a very contentious application or a very large request that would otherwise require us to raise to the level of a rezoning to study these potential impacts. Any user that will occupy that space is already permitted on the site. And like I said in my presentation, there's no requirement in the zoning bylaw for how that space is distributed.
Okay, yeah, okay. I think we've covered those things, and I think we understand fine. So, all right then, panel. At this stage, are there any final questions for the applicant? If not, we can go into committee, and we can move to a motion after whatever discussion. Mr. Clay first, Mr. Byte second.
Thanks, Chair. I'm convinced by Mr. McGaffey's arguments that he presented here today. I think the economy has changed, the pandemic has changed. I think the fact that the well is nearing completion about a couple hundred meters away really does have an impact on the demand for office space. I don't think anyone necessarily wants to lose that space, and we do hope that things come back to some sense of normalcy. But in the interim, I understand that the applicant's concerned about having space stay vacant, and if there are other opportunities, as he explained, that would be were cited in the original site-specific bylaw as being permissible uses. I think it's all just a matter of ratios, and I think allowing the applicant a little bit more flexibility to rent and lease that space out is a good thing, given its location. So I think it's a supportable application. It's a technical amendment. I have no problems with it. And if my colleagues don't have any further comments, I'm happy to move a motion to approve.
Please.
I just did.
Is there a second?
If I might just. Sorry, Chair.
Is there a second?
I would certainly second it. I just wanted to add a comment, if I may. I think Larry's absolutely correct, but I think this particular application epitomizes the notion of change and the reaction to change. What we are seeing is a tremendous need to change the way office buildings are utilized, and I think this epitomizes it. I'd be very happy to second Larry's motion.
Very good. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And the vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. So, with that, we complete this segment of the agenda. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back at number 34 to carry on with the rest of the agenda. So 10-minute recess. Thank you very much. And we resume. We resume with number 34, 289 Pacific Avenue. On this application, the committee has before it submitted materials, time of application, cover letter from the agent May the 19th, arborist report. There is a 15-signature petition in support, which is signed by owners and occupants of properties on Pacific Avenue and Azale Street, received May 26th. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, I'm Cindy McPhee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Cindy, I'm just going to check with my colleagues to see if there are any questions for you.
Thank you.
And I'm just looking at the petition. Are the neighbors on each side on here? Hello?
Hi, yes, I'm just looking to see because we have so many.
Yeah, I couldn't, it didn't pop out at me.
Yeah, I guess it would be 287, which I don't see. Wait, 1 second, we're just going to Google to see what their neighbors are. See that? I know, I believe that we spoke with them, but maybe they're not on the petition.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. It's very significant, the 15 signatures. Not sure if we've had that many before. 285 is not, oh yeah, so 285 is the first one at the top. It's a direct neighbor.
Yeah, oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
But on the other side.
That's okay. I mean, you're it looks
291.
like 291's there, but you've spoken with them and there's no opposition, right?
We don't have any opposition that we're aware of, correct?
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we can take the application into committee and move to a motion. Is anyone ready to do that? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application, and the fact that there's a pretty substantial number of people who have signed in support in close proximity to the subject property.
Yes.
I think this is quite an acceptable application. I also noted that the third floor balcony, the rear balcony, is sort of set within the roof lines. I don't believe there'll be any overlook issues either. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve without any conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Reed seconds. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote carries the motion, and the application is approved. Number 35 is 564 St. Clarens Avenue. On this application, we're looking at the submission materials. There's a photograph of the property, and there's email correspondence from Transportation Services, May the 24th. So we'll have the agent here. Join us, please. Just state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Jerzy Rabianti of Distill Design Inc. at 3-1750 The Queensway, Toronto, Ontario. I'll be the agent for Joseph Tuma, the owner of 564 St. Clarens.
Very good. Okay. Let's see here, panel. Any questions to put to the agent? Anyone like a presentation? Mr. Rabiansky, I'll just comment, you know, as I began to look at your application, it seemed that the deficient distance from the main building was a problem potentially, and that the height was potentially a problem of the laneway suite. But then as I looked at neighboring properties and their rear lot configurations, I mellowed on that somewhat. Explain to me why I should come to the conclusion that this is consistent with the neighborhood.
Okay, so our neighbor directly to the north, 564, the committee just granted the pretty much almost identical variances. Mm-hmm. So we were in a little bit of a situation with the neighbor because their existing garage was actually on our property. So when we rebuild these, we basically have to build them together. So we basically mimicked their length of their garage. I know that the rear were a little bit close, but it's keeping in line with the existing structure. So when we build these, we have to build them at the same time having a shared footing, because there's no really other way to do it. So that's why we originally we were going with a little bit of a shorter building. But since we are going to be building with the neighbors, we decided to go the full length from where their existing building starts. You can see it on the actual site plan where the existing two-story structure is currently of the neighbors. So it was pretty much identical to what they were just approved for. I know that we are slightly a little bit closer in terms of the setback to the main building, but that's in kind of conflict of the interior sort of address, right? So
okay, I get it. All
so
right.
that's yeah.
Yeah, thank
so,
you.
And if you take the yeah, okay.
Other questions, panel? Okay. Hearing none, let's take the application into committee and move toward a motion. Mr. Clay, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is quite a reasonable application. It's a for all intents and purposes, it's pretty close to as of right. It's a little close to the existing building, but I don't think that's an issue in this neighborhood. I think it's a supportable application, and there is no opposition. And I like the idea that they're mimicking the next door. I think that makes a great deal of sense. So I'm happy to move approval of this application, no conditions. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, no conditions. With transportation's fine with it.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Reed seconds your motion. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And the motion is carried. The application is approved. .36 on our agenda is 109 Lamb Avenue. We have the submitted package, 2 photographs of the property to look at. There's a comparables analysis, March 20th. There's a staff report from Community Planning. 4 form letters in support, 102, 107, 115, and 120 Lamb. In opposition, there's 1 piece of correspondence from 113 Lamb. Agent, please join us.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Papp from the Robinson Group at 90 Thorncliffe Park Drive, and I am the agent for the owners.
Very good. Questions, panel?
If I may, Chair.
Mr. Byatt, sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick one. I was just looking at the side elevations for the third floor balcony. Got some new guards, but it's not at a 1.5 meter height and to provide privacy for neighbors. Would that be an issue for the applicant?
Not at all. The owners are happy to comply with the planning division's standard requirement for those 1.5 meter opaque panels.
Thank you.
Yes, I noticed there was a staff report from planning in that regard.
That's right, it's a planning condition, and it's on the north and south sides.
Correct.
And the letter of opposition from 113 relates primarily to construction style issues, which would be dealt with by construction. Okay, anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable and straightforward application. I have no, there are no conditions attached to this bond other than, of course, planning conditions which relate to the screening, privacy screening on the third floor balcony. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve given planning conditions related to the screening.
Very good. That is seconded by Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded, approval. Those in favor, please show hands. Motion carries, and the application is approved. Now, on number 37, 24 Merritt, we do have a request to defer. We also have, how many people standing by?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 speakers standing by.
3 speakers standing by. So let's go first to the applicant and have the applicant join us.
Shen Zhan, the applicant. We have requested for deferral because we need time to discuss with our neighbors. We received their
Excuse me,
letters.
Just a moment, please. If you would state your name, please.
My name is Shen Zhan, architect.
Okay, very good. Why do you want to defer your application?
Because we need to discuss with the immediate neighbors regarding the property boundary and also the proposed design.
Did I understand you to say you want to consult with the neighbors?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go now and speak to those that are standing by who've registered to speak and probably waited.
Yes, I just see I got unmuted. My name is Gordon Arduzzi. I don't know if you can hear me.
I hear you very clearly, Gord. Yes. Gord,
Okay,
I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the detail of the applications. I just want to ask you your general thought. The applicant has said he would like to defer the application in order to allow consultation with concerned neighbors. Would you be in agreement with doing that?
No, I think it should be denied because they've had ample opportunity to talk to us. They came around and said, here's our new plans, because they were denied once before without consultation. By them coming and showing new plans is not consultation. I think if they see our objections now in writing, they knew there's an easement on here because they had a copy of my my plan and my survey that showed the easement.
Gordon.
They knew there was boundary dispute, so I think it should be denied.
Okay, so you're saying that the request to defer should be denied, or do you mean that the application should be denied?
The application should be
It should be
denied.
denied. Okay, so the panel will actually make the decision. We have a request to defer. I'm just consulting with you now and the other speakers to see what their general thought is on the concept of deferral. So ultimately, the panel will make a decision on the deferral. It may decide to defer. It may decide to go ahead and hear the application today. I'm going to go on now to the next speaker standing by to see what.
Oh, can you? This is Victoria. Can you hear me?
Very clearly, Victoria.
Great.
Victoria,
Yes.
I want to put a question to you. So
Yes.
my question is simply this. The agent has asked to defer in order to consult with neighbors. Would you be in favor of deferring, or would you want to go ahead and hear the application now?
I would like to go ahead and hear the application now.
You would, okay. Thank you for that. As I mentioned, the panel will make that call, but we want to see what people's thoughts are. Let's go, Victoria.
Yes, hello.
Oh, hey, Victoria. And I should have asked you then, let me ask you why. You'd like to hear it now because?
So I am the direct neighbor to the east of 24 Merritt Road.
Yeah.
There are two reasons why I would like to hear it today. The first, I think they're going to ask for a deferral. I think so. We haven't had a conversation with them ever. The first reason I think why they would like to defer is because we had a survey done for our property because we did not agree with the survey that they had done. And when we received our survey back, it was obvious that the two surveys don't match. There are inconsistencies. So I think that they would probably like to get that sorted out. However, our surveyors have been in touch with their surveyors. Not at any point have they come back to us to ask questions. They have owned this property for over a year, and not once have they come to talk to us.
Okay. So that informs me, and now I understand why you are wishing to go ahead and hear it now. Okay, thank you. Let's go on now to the final person registered to speak and have her join us now. Hello, Sharon?
Hello.
Yes.
Sharon Davis, yes. So you have a letter of objection there with 20 signatures on it. I certainly appreciate that when the person applying would like a deferral, I think that means being reasonable, you have to grant it. But we have some pretty strong objections. And after the last Committee of Adjustment meeting where their application was rejected, you directed them to make some effort to consult with us.
Yes.
And that did not go well. As Gord mentioned, they went basically house to house and showed us the plans. And if anyone engaged them in conversation or asked a question or disagreed, they walked away. Not happily is how I would phrase it, being very diplomatic. So I'm not sure that further consultation is going to be helpful, but of course we're open to it.
Okay, so let me just put it to you then. What do you think should happen now?
Am I allowed to defer to the Committee of Adjustment for what an appropriate decision is in this case?
Pardon me?
Am I allowed to defer to the Committee of Adjustment for
Well,
what
yes,
an appropriate
the committee will
decision
make
is?
the call. I mean,
Yeah.
The committee
I
will,
can start doing the whole speech, but I don't want to waste your time if you're going to defer it.
Okay. Yes, so the committee wants to hear what people have to say about the concept of deferral, but we will make the call as to whether we defer or whether we go ahead and hear the application today as it stands and either decide to approve it or to refuse it. All right, thank you very much. I can now go to the panel. Panel, you've heard some background here. There is a request to defer, ostensibly for consultation. It's up to us to decide whether or not to go with that. Let's take the request to defer into committee right now for discussion and moving toward a motion. Any thoughts on this request, Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I'll start because I was sitting when this application was before us last time, and I think the folks who phoned in are right. It was a controversial application. I don't think the applicants in that instance were terribly helpful to the panel. I think it was fundamentally clear that there were legal issues and lack of consultation issues. And I'm a little surprised, frankly, to see this application back before us in the absence of those consultations. I would agree with what I heard from the neighbors that, you know, consultation is more than just knocking on the door and showing it. It's a little bit of give and take and trying to address and mitigate some of the concerns that neighbors have. Having said that, this is a really interesting street that has a collection of old, what we would call wartime houses. And we're starting to see, they're large properties. We're starting to see across the city these kinds of properties, not surprisingly, get renovated and enlarged. So, you know, I think the inevitability is that some of these homes are going to get renovated and enlarged. I'm kind of leaning towards deferral because I would like to see some consultation. I would like to see, if this applicant comes back, a substantially revised application that legitimately tries to address what are really legitimate concerns from the neighbors. So my view would be to grant deferral, but with very strict conditions on that deferral.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Byatt. Mr. Byatt.
I just wanted to concur with Larry, because I think it's almost as if the applicant didn't quite understand what consultation means, and I think they really need to know that consultation means discussion and coming to a resolution that's acceptable to both parties, all parties for that matter. If not, what might happen is that this application comes before Committee of Adjustment again, and we may end up having to refuse it, and I think that would be detrimental to the applicant in the long term. So I'm with Larry in that I would like to have this application deferred so that the applicant can seriously consult with neighbors before they come back again.
Thanks, Mr. Byatt. Mr. Reed, anything to say?
The only thing I'd have to add to that, I agree with, I think, the deferral request, but for me, I don't have huge issues with what's being proposed. Like, I think the variances are not horrible, but I think the survey and the easement issue has to be fully resolved by the applicant, because that's one thing that could result in a refusal, I think, from my part. So I would like to add that to the list of consultation.
Well, that's good. So, and I am able to go along with the idea of deferral too, if we can think of a way of adding some language that conveys what we've been talking about here. So, maybe, you know, typically in these cases, we simply say, in order to allow consultation, if we can say more than that to convey what we're trying to get at, probably worthwhile to do that.
So, Chair, I'm happy to give it a try. I mean, consultation doesn't always necessarily lead to agreement. I mean, that I think we have to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But I think if we make a motion to defer, subject to the applicant engaging in substantive consultation with all those neighbors who have raised concerns today, and come back with evidence of that consultation, I think that would be helpful. I agree with Peter's point. This was an issue, I think principally why it was refused the first time was the fact that there was a dispute about the boundary. So the deferral should also be conditional on resolution of the surveys and the boundary issue.
The survey.
'Cause I don't think we as a panel want to see this come back if there is doubt about where that survey line should be.
So we could say then language. Well, let's go to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer here. We'd like to. You see what we're trying to do here, Deputy Secretary Treasurer. We could. Can we ask that resolution happen before it comes back to us with respect to the easement and the boundary?
The chair, yes, we can elaborate in the deferral in the minutes and the reason, the rationale for deferral. We can incorporate the exact language that Larry put forward and add in Peter's comments about resolving survey, easement, and boundary inconsistencies.
Very good. Okay, then.
I'm not sure if you caught my aspect, but I'd like to see in the, if they're going to come back to this committee, I'd like to see some sort of, from the applicant, a report back on the consultations that they've undertaken.
Through the chair, yes, in the deferral reason, we can include the language that you stated about evidence of consultation. Again, this will be the reason for the deferral. Of course, we can never enforce this from an applicant, but this is on the record in the minutes. It is the rationale for deferral. So if and when the applicant comes back, you can have that further conversation at that time as to whether or not they've done what was requested and make your decision from there.
Great.
It sounds great.
That's
Thanks.
where we're heading, yes. Okay. Anyone ready with a motion?
I thought that was it.
Well, okay, let's say that was it. You just have to say you're making that motion. Are you going to second that motion?
I make that motion, Chair.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Byatt, are you ready to second?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Pardon me for being obtuse. All right, so there it is. It is moved and seconded to defer for the reasons cited, which have been captured by staff. All those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is deferred. Thank you. All right. Number 38, 179 Palmerston. Before us are the submission package, revised package, May 15th, revised zoning notice, May 10, correspondence from the agent, May the 15th. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Sir Chair and committee members. My name is David Eagleman, Senior Planner at Design Plan Services, 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Good afternoon to you. Questions, panel of the applicant? Mr. Reed, please go ahead.
Thanks. I think I beat Zahir to it because I know he's going to have the same question. Just in relationship to the third floor balcony at the rear, for screening for the neighbors on either side, is that necessary, or is it inset enough that it overlook wouldn't be an issue?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. To answer your question, Member Reed, I will note that the balcony is quite inset on both sides, and it is permitted as of right. There are no variances pertaining to it. So in my opinion, I don't believe privacy screening is necessary on any of the balconies. But should the committee wish to impose such a condition, I would request perhaps a brief moment to confirm if that would be acceptable to the owner.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, panel? Not hearing any. Okay, then.
Through the chair, once the agent is ready, it may also be prudent and helpful if the agent could identify if they are in fact seeking the same variances that were originally sent out on the public hearing notice. I ask because I see that there was a revised zoning notice that was submitted dated May 10th. I see the agent did provide an explanation as to the revised plans and indicated that there was no impact on the requested variances. But if the applicant could just elaborate as to why then there was a revised zoning notice.
Yes, I certainly can. Through you, Mr. Chair, the revised zoning notice was purely as a result of the fact that the zoning examiner mistakenly identified an incorrect section of the bylaw in reference to the side exterior main wall height variance. So we did identify that to the examiner, and as a result, they issued the updated zoning notice identifying the correct section of the bylaw in pertaining to the side main wall height variance. So the actual variance didn't change. It was just the reference to the bylaw section that changed. And that was reflected on the committee staff did issue a revised public notice, so there was no notice issue with that.
Okay, sounds okay to me, and I note that in the variances as they are written, there's no actual reference to in the variances that were distributed, or that I'm looking at now, there's no reference to the actual bylaw section. So it should be, I think it stands, I think what we're looking at now stands fine as it is. Okay. All right then, in that case, anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Reid, please.
I am. Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable application, and the way that the addition's being masked with the third floor really stepped in from the front and the back goes to lessen any impacts. It's a lot more sensitive than most of the stuff we see here. So I'd commend the applicant for that. And I do agree with the applicant's assertion that the north and south neighbors are sufficiently protected by their massing from the overlook in the balcony. So I don't think that screening's required. So I move approval of the application with no conditions.
Thank you. Does that have a second? Mr. Clay seconds. Moved and seconded approval. Those in favor, show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carries, application approved. We move along now to application number 39, number 40, Heath Street West. And on this application before us are those items submitted with the application, a 2014 Committee of Adjustment decision, an arborist report. There is comment from Urban Forestry. And there is opposition correspondence from these addresses: 45 Oriole Gardens, 42 Heath, the Deer Park Residence Group, 4 Bryce Avenue, 1 Bryce Avenue, Canadian Mothercraft Society, 23 Oriole Gardens, 31 Heath West, 52 Heath West, 39 Heath West, number 5 Bryce, 27 Heath West, and 55 Heath West. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yes, hi. My name is Carol Jin. I'm the principal architect of Jin Architect, located in 7291 Victoria Park Avenue, Unit 9, Markham. I'm the agent for the this application. So we basically apply.
You have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the
Yes.
panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. Okay, we basically propose a garden suite for this site. The garden suite, we're not asking for any variances pertaining to the design of a garden suites. We basically comply with all zoning requirements for the garden suites in terms of height, in terms of setbacks, so on. The only variances we're applying for is the landscape coverage. The reason is that is there was an existing walkout, and there's an existing patio, sunken patio. So basically, because of that, we are asked for a very modest variance for landscape coverage. And in terms of privacy, I heard what neighbor is proposing, the privacy part. We only have a 2 small dormer window in the front of the garden suite, which is facing the back wall of the existing house. And there's a 2 small window at the back. And there's no window on each side of garden suite. There's skylights, basically. So basically, the design itself is pretty sensitive to the site. And the lot is fairly long. It's 140 feet, I think, something like that. It's allowed for a 2-story garden suite that complies with all zoning bylaw. So that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clay, questions?
Chair, can just ask some, I don't know, guys, if you can enlarge that site plan. I'm having difficulty because some of the elements of the site plan are kind of faded. I'm trying to understand the site plan, particularly as it relates to soft landscaping. So I see the existing patio to remain. There's a gap, and it says sod in between. What about the sides of the garden suite and the rear? Is that all?
Yes.
Is that all soft landscaping as well?
Yes. Yes.
So it looks like any spot other than the patio and the garden suite in the rear, you've got soft landscaping. There's no opportunity to introduce more soft landscaping back there. Is that right, or is there?
Okay, the only way to introduce more soft landscaping is to remove the sunken patio, to reduce the size of sunken patio, which is already there. It's a cost issue. Yeah, that's what you.
Right. So that's an existing condition. So, but everywhere other than that, you've got sod or some form of soft landscaping.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
With respect to the sunken patio, if it was to be converted to soft landscaping, do you have any calculation about what percentage that would represent?
That's fairly, I can do a calculation. We could reduce substantially of that sunken patio to just allow for a very small one for the access for the patio door. So I could reduce some, but I'm not so sure to the exact comply with the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we can work with that. We can reduce that.
We do have a number. Okay, thank you for that. We'll come back. At this point, we do have a number of speakers standing by, so let's hear from those speakers, and we'll begin, moderator, with.
Hello, Tony. You've been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tony Troiano, and I'm at 44 Heath Street West, 2 doors up from 40 Heath.
Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel.
Well, they built this home, they finished it in 2018. It's a 3-story, 7,500 square feet, which is a large size for the area. Took them roughly 3 years to build it. Major chaos living around it. You could imagine Heath Street going in, basically it's only 75 yards from Yonge. Can't get out of there in the driveway in the morning. Now, if you look at the footprint of what they're trying to do, there'll basically be no green space. The whole lot itself will be now 2 homes. So the question I have is, first of all, there was no consultation here at all. Why do they need it, number one? Number two, how are they going to build it? literally have 36 inches from their neighbor to the north. The density itself, the whole lot will be building. Now, if that's what Toronto wants to do, like, I don't think it's right. They have 7,500 square feet of living space. And now they're adding what? Another, what? 2,000 square feet in the back? When is enough enough? And how long is it going to take them to build this one now? There's no space. There's no green space anymore in that lot. Zero. Yeah, that concludes.
Thank you very much, Tony. Questions for Tony, panel? No. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
Hello, Wendy, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Clearly. Yes, state your name, please.
Thanks. It's Wendy Thomas. I am the owner of 5 Bryce Avenue, which backs onto this residence. My husband, Julian, couldn't be on the call, but I'm representing us both. We feel that this new build is a big obstruction to our view. It will take up green space. As the previous person said, I'm not sure why they need such a big structure in their backyard. This will contribute to light being blocked in our garden, as well as our view, and just an infringement on our personal space. My kids spend a lot of time in our backyard, and we don't exactly want to be backed on to our backyard by another building that is literally so close to us. And further to what the person said before, I remember when this house was being built, and it was a tremendous obstruction on Heath Avenue, on Heath Street. We've been living in the house for the last 11 years, and I remember it being a nightmare to get past that particular part of Heath Street. It is already a very congested street. Rush hour traffic, taking kids to school in the morning. The Heath Street is completely backed up with cars parked on one side. And I can't even imagine what additional building will do to the traffic, given that there are 2 apartment buildings going up in the neighboring area in Yonge and St. Clair. It is a complete disaster zone there in the early morning traffic with rush hour school. So I completely oppose this building.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
Hello.
Hello.
I think it's me because I'm unmuted. I'm Lynn Lastman. I am their neighbor abutting. I'm at 42 Heath Street West.
Yes.
And you can see, if you could enlarge, please, the site plan, you will see that my house is actually built right to the lot line. And my house is in 1929, I believe it was built originally. I've had it since 1999. Somewhere in the 50s, somebody must have extended the side wall of the house, and it came right to the lot line between the 2 buildings. At that time, there was an actual driveway to the east of me, between myself and number 40. There was a very wide driveway. In fact, at the time, we were able to use it with the past people who owned that house. When before the house was built, there used to be a triplex on that house site before the new house was built. My house is a triplex, so I live here with my tenants. My biggest concern, apart from loss of green space, which of course, I'll start off the fact that privacy alone, the only access that I can see that would cover the right of way legally for the fire department would be down the east side of my house, which means that everybody and anybody could be walking up there day and night. I have very little room to put in a fence. As you can see, The house juts out. I did supply some photographs as well with my letter. It shows quite how narrow that is. And I have windows all the way along the side of my house there, where people are sleeping on the first floor. I'm on the second floor. That's the backyard in question, by the way. I did take a picture. I do have a balcony, and that is the space that they're talking about in actually building this structure. There is very little green space there now. A lot of it is flagstone, and it is right next to the mother care school on the other side, with lots of very healthy trees at the moment. But if you go down, you can see how narrow that walkway, anybody walking down the side of the house, which will be the only way they really can access it. There's no room on the other side. They had, when they applied for their permits last time, got a lot of variances, which did allow them to get rid of the driveway, decrease this site on the other side. I think it's 0.46 to their lot line, which again was allowed, and it is a very large building. I don't object to the large building that they already have. I think, from my perspective, I didn't have windows on my side of the building, so I didn't have anybody living, looking in. But I am worried about privacy and noise, because there's the front of it, where they would, that's to me the only way they can get in is down there, from the front street. From the front of the street to the back.
Is this photograph again your side of their property?
No, this is theirs. This is the front of the house. The little brick wall at the front there is right on my lot line, and the remaining space would be to the right, is where they would be walking down. The other photographs were showing what they would be walking past as they go down, and to the right there is another one with a gate. So the very back there, the gate to the right is a narrow gate, is in line with their lot, and that, from what I can see, would be the only way in. So they would be having to bring day and night. Anybody can access it, because I don't know what their plan is to use it. Of course they can rent it, Airbnb it. There's no restrictions whatsoever that I have been able to find on a garden structure. Well, I think you refer to them as garden house. I think it used to be coach houses. But there are 10 restrictions in Ontario, Toronto, I should say, on the actual use of the structure. It does have 4 bedrooms. The bedrooms in the basement are completely finished, as the ones are upstairs. So I think that could, I mean, I'm saying the possibility, and maybe I'm over-exaggerating, but I don't mean to, of having at least 8 people could be there renting
I'm
or
asking
whatever.
you to make your final. You'll have to make your final comment now, please.
Okay, my other thing is, again, like, it's my privacy, loss of, it's causing me a lot of anxiety. I'm sure you don't need to hear that. And of course, there's the soft landscaping. I just don't understand how a city can, well, I think, as you said, you can have them remove some of that hard stuff to create more soft. So that would anyway.
Your time is up now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, are there questions for Lynn? I'm going to ask you, staff, take us back to that photograph, which was looking down on the rear backyard next door. That's it. So, Lynn, my question to you is, this photograph then is showing the backyard at number 40 as it looks from your second story. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are we seeing right to the end of the lot, or is there quite a bit that's obscured?
No, I think you're pretty well to the end. I think you're pretty well to the end. I think you can compare that with the plan that they gave you. That shows the square footage that's left back there.
Okay. All right then. So, very good. We appreciate your comments, and we'll go on now. There's another speaker waiting to speak to us as well. Moderator?
Hello, Michelle. You've been unmuted. To you, Mr. Chair. I can't seem to
Okay, so-
reach them. I'll move on to the next one.
Let's move on to the next one.
Hello?
Hello, state your name, please. You're with the
Yes,
panel.
hello. My name is Isabel MERRITT, and I live on 1 Bryce Avenue. So I am the property adjacent to 40 Heath West. Good afternoon, all, and thank you for the time. I know it's been a long day for everyone. I really do appreciate the fact that we can have this open conversation through this public process. Can you please pull the presentation that I sent attached to my letter so that everyone can follow? And I had prepared a whole explanation, but I think what Tony and Lean and all our neighbors have said before, just to repeat and just for you to better understand, I think what happens foremost is that there was absolutely no dialogue, no consultation. What the neighborhood, what Lean, Tony, and I, and the others, we just received on May 19 this notice for the public hearing without any conversation, any introduction before, and this was a shock, and this created for all of us a great stress. As it was said, the house on 40 East Street was built after going through major variances in 2015. This house is probably the biggest one on the lot. It's a huge house, and the side, what is left of their soft landscaping is very small. It was already extended to the maximum, I assume. And if you look at the picture in my presentation, you will see actually the back of the backyard of 40 Heath Street that you saw previously so Lean is on one side, I'm exactly on the other side. So this application for us is a complete misuse of the new regulation. And my understanding is that this regulation garden law is pretty new to everyone. And I would not really feel comfortable in having the Committee of Adjustment just, granting this application and set up some precedent that would be quite disastrous for the entire neighborhood and other neighborhood. This doesn't take care of any of the requirements. This application doesn't show any of the requirements that are, in the law. We have the issue of privacy and overlooking impact. We have the sizes of the backyard and the soft landscaping areas that are not protected. We have trees that could be injured. If you look at the pictures on the presentation that were attached to that letter, you will see that there are major trees that are on the other adjacent property. I do believe that Mother Craft organization who runs the daycare on the other side will also speak here. So I let them to Michelle to explain the situation with the trees. But there are major impact to our neighborhood. And foremost, this is destroying the essence and the personality of our neighborhood. We just moved in 3 years ago. We're new to Canada. We're new to Toronto. We've been embraced by this neighborhood. We have great neighbors. Everybody talks to each other. Our kids play together. We cook for each other. We care for each other. And this was felt like an imposition. So this is exactly the end of my backyard. This is basically what the other side of what Lean has shown you before. You see that this little area that is left, this little soft landscaping area that they're talking about, this is a view from my second floor. This is very tiny. And you will see that at the end, those large trees, those are the trees that belong to the daycare that is on the other side. And they are on the kids' playground. How do you want to protect kids and their environment if those trees get damaged? So I really urge the committee to deny this application. And if you were not to deny or to defer, to make sure that our privacy will be preserved and that there are no nuisance, no windows whatsoever that can be added to that construction. But I really urge you to deny this. especially because there was no conversation, no dialogue, no respect shown from the applicant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions, panel, for this speaker? Moderator, next, please.
Hello, Michelle, you've been unmuted. Hello, Michelle. If you can hear us, you can now begin your presentation.
Let's jump down the list, please, moderator.
Hi, Kathy, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Deer Park Residents Group. So we certainly support the addition of garden suites in our area, but we request that your committee refuse this application.
Kathy,
It does not.
just for the record, please state your full name.
Kathy McDonald.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So I'm president of the Deer Park Residents Group. Okay, this application doesn't satisfy the 4 tests required for approval by the Committee of Adjustment. The variance request is not minor. The reduction in soft landscaping is of 20% is not minor. Ensuring adequate provision of permeable soil for garden suites is really important, as more of a lot is covered by building. There was discussion about creating more space, but certainly that could also be done by reducing the size of the garden suite. The proposal is not desirable. The second criteria is the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land or the building. We think it's over development of the site. Permeable soil is really a huge requirement for garden suites, and we're also concerned about the large trees that will be lost due to the basement being so close to the lot line. So I had a look at the forestry report, but I'm not sure that it really works. The application doesn't result in the maintenance of the general intent and purpose of the city zoning bylaw or the general intent and purpose of the official plan. I've noted the soft landscaping requirement, which is really important for garden suites. But also there's special official plan policies for evaluating Committee of Adjustment applications set out in the site and area specific policies 670 garden suites in neighborhoods. Policy II states that the majority of the rear yard is maintained as open space and soft landscaping is maximized. So this is not happening here. A large portion of the lot is taken with the proposed garden suite. Policy III states that the location, massing, and design of the garden suite will preserve existing trees protected under the municipal code. Instead, there's large trees abutting the lot on the east side, and we're concerned that it will be lost due to the proposed basement. Loss of trees is a huge issue for the city and an important consideration for these kinds of applications. So also under the official plan policies for garden suites, B, development of garden suites, the application does not provide for the following additional listed considerations. III is will maintain the majority of the rear yard as open space and maximize continuous landscaping. that's supportive of tree planting. They're, it is encouraged, so IV is encouraged to include accessible design features, sustainable building technologies, and ensure stormwater management is maintained on the site. So there's no information provided that any of these features will be part of the application. And so finally, that an IX is encouraged to expand the urban tree canopy through the planting of a new tree on the lot with a garden suite. So there's no proposal for that. So
I'll ask you to
therefore,
make your final comment now, please.
yes. Yeah, my final comment is this application should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Panel? No? Moderator, next speaker, please.
Hi, Michelle. I've unmuted you on your phone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you. State your full name, please.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, sorry about that. I am Michelle Lupa. I am the Executive Director of the Canadian Mothercraft Society. We are located at 32 Heath Street West, directly to the east of the applicant. Apologies for the technical glitches. I appreciate the efforts to allow me to speak. So we have submitted a written opposition to the application. And specifically, I want to just describe who we are and what we do at Mothercraft and how this will impact our operations and our business. Okay. So we have resided in this property and delivered our services as a nonprofit charity since 1968, including a licensed child care center, as has been mentioned. We also deliver what are called early on child and family center programs, and we have tenants in the building who are involved in the child care sector as well. So our playground is immediately adjacent to the backyard of our neighbors. And so we're very concerned about some privacy matters, and on ongoing issues related to that once the suite is built, if it's approved to go forward. But more importantly, we're concerned about getting to that point. So some of the other speakers have talked about the length of time it took to build the home, and we did grant access to their property for that construction onto our property. It did have impact for our playground at that time, but most of the construction was in the front end of the yard. This will be in the back, and as best I can tell, the only access point would be to remove the fence between our properties and go through our playground with any heavy equipment. We will not be granting access to our property for that purpose, and I don't see where there's any other way for this structure to be built. If somehow magically equipment and materials got helicoptered into the backyard, the impact for the children that are in our care would in fact be very, very serious. The canopy of trees between our properties, I can't imagine could be preserved and would be impacted. There would be noise, there would be dust. It would be unsafe for the children to be in the playground while the construction is happening in the neighbor's backyard. And so we would then be in a violation of our license potentially by not having the children out during the requisite periods for the requisite periods of time each and every day, which is required by the Ontario government under the conditions of our license. We also operate early on with funding and oversight from the City of Toronto, and we are required to provide a safe, accessible space for families there. So we're concerned about those families and their ability to be safe in attending the programs that we conduct on site. So my big questions are around how construction is going to happen without access through our property, which will not be granted, how they will mitigate during the day when children are outside and at risk of injury from heavy equipment, from noise, from dust, from all manner of debris that would be the result of the construction. And the fact that they haven't spoken to us as their immediate neighbor, and I heard one of the other speakers talk about this, when the building was when the house was constructed, we did have conversation. We negotiated how all of that would happen and minimize the impact for what we do at 32 Heath. There has been no conversation, not even a knock on the door or a letter in the mailbox, other than a notice of assessment from this committee. So, or the notice of the hearing from this committee. So we're very concerned about how this is going to happen. Traffic is a huge problem on Heath Street already with the construction of the condos, as someone has mentioned, with all of the traffic from Yonge Street, and we all know what we went through 3 years ago. Certainly drop-off and pick-up time for our child care center contributes to traffic, but that's at very isolated periods of time. And when we add construction, it will be a nightmare, to use someone else's words. And then we're not convinced that this is a minor variance. We're very concerned of what the use of that building will be. And our first, foremost, and only concern is always about the safety, protection, privacy, and security of the children that are in care. And I'll mention they're all under the age of 4. That was just going to be the last comment, is that we're serving children between birth and 4 in that space. So safety is our primary concern. Please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now just before we go to the next speaker, I think we have 3 more speakers potentially. So I'd like to just advise them and make the general comment that, of course, the Committee of Adjustment does not itself deal with construction issues. And I can see the construction issues that would be likely to result from the actual process of building this particular development. But that's the construction engineering department that deals with those. So the committee, what this committee is dealing with this afternoon specifically is this one variance which has come before us with respect to rear yard soft landscaping. So I would ask, I think the committee clearly understands the construction issues. You can tell by looking at the site plan, there's no easy way into the site. So we'll just ask the remaining speakers not to dwell on construction issues, please. Next speaker.
Hello, Carol, you've been unmuted.
I couldn't figure out where it went.
Hi, Carol, if you can hear us, can you try speaking clearer into the mic?
It's so late for you. Could you be here in the
Let's jump down to the next speaker.
Hi, Jerry, you've been unmuted.
Jerry Bart, 31 Heath Street. I live directly across the number 40 property. A lot of the things that I wanted to say have already been said, so I'm just going to emphasize a few key points just to show my support of why this should be refused. What I'm looking at every morning is a monolith across the street. It exceeds the height, I think, of most of the houses on the street. I'm not sure why they have to build on every square inch of property that's available. There is some soft landscaping, and that's about 6 feet in front of the house, which is basically a field of dandelions and tall grass. So I'm beginning to wonder if the owners are the people living there or they're absentee owners and it's a rental. As such, the reason I'm bringing that up is I just don't feel that they have a vested interest in the neighborhood. And by building this structure, it does change the personality of what was intended, as mentioned earlier. That's about my only comment, as everything else has been said, and I don't want to belabor it. But I do feel duped when they built the building back in 2018. I had no idea it was going to be that tall. It is massive. And as you can see by their development, I have no idea why they need a 2-story structure in the backyard of that size. And there is no green space. And that is my submission. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for this speaker panel? Okay, we'll go on to the,
Hi, Stefan, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
we hear you clearly. Please state your name.
Yes, Stephen, last name Cameron Smith, all one word.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if it's great being last because most of the points have been made already. So I guess to Terry's point, to just re-emphasize a couple of comments. Firstly, regarding soft landscaping in the back, that patio that shows is hard landscaping is actually below grade, and that's an access from the basement outside. So if there was thought of trying to convert that to soft landscaping, I don't think it would work. The second point is that usually trees, when they have a root structure and they have a crown, they mimic the crown. And so any excavation on this property would kill those 3 trees, and those are protected trees. They have a perimeter up 42 or 52 inches that puts them in the protected category. So I don't think that's would be appropriate. And really, everybody's touched on everything else. And I really don't have much more to say other that this was a very contentious issue in 2015. There were 4 variants granted then that were not considered, I guess they were not considered minor at that time. And again, we have this issue of what's the definition of minor, and 20% on soft landscaping when the city has water and drainage problems, to me, is not a minor variance. And minor variances usually are to deal with matters of inches and other bits and pieces. And then we look at the density proposition, and again, to me, that's not a minor thing. The building already has 1 times coverage when the zoning here permitted 60% or 70% if you built in the backyard. And now with this, we're going to be like well over 1 into 1.33. So I just think it's an obnoxious use of the site, and it's overbuilt. And I would hope that this application is not approved.
Thank you for your comments. Very good. Now, moderator, where do we stand now?
That is the last speaker.
Okay, very good. That's fine. Okay. We'll now return to the applicant, who will have an opportunity to speak in rebuttal to the issues raised by these speakers. And we'll go down to the applicant to do that.
Okay, I do synthesize with the all the neighbors' concern, but however, because in terms the garden suite itself, the city has specific zoning requirements to allow the property owner to build a garden suites. So basically, we respect that. We did not violate any. We're not basically not applying any variance pertaining to the building design. When it comes to the soft landscaping, I look at the calculation again. I can enlarge another 5% to reduce the patio. The sunken patio is only 2 feet below the grade, and all the drainage issue will be resolved because we're going to have professional grading engineer to design the grading. We're going to have to comply with all the requirements for when we apply for building permit. So I understand their concern, but when it comes to construction, I'm just going to have to leave it to the client because that's not my part of scope of work. That's all.
Thank you very much. Okay then, panel, are there any questions for the agent? I'm not hearing any. Let's take the application. Oh, Mr. Reed, yes, go ahead. Mr. Reed, I think you're muted.
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. My mouse was not working well. Just to the agent, I know you had mentioned the possibility of increasing the soft landscape in the rear yard. Can you give us an answer on that? Whether you're able able to increase the 40%?
I can increase to 45%.
Okay, and can you give us? Okay, and what does that come out to in square meters?
That will be like so that would be 856 square foot. Let me just. That's including the. That I will able to have 857 square foot of soft landscaping.
Okay, could you give us that in square meters, please?
Okay.
We'll wait, that's fine.
That's 79.6 square meter.
Thank you.
Ms. Jen, we heard an awful lot of concern from the surrounding neighbors, and one of the themes that we heard.
Mr. Clay, just let me ask you to hold for a moment, please. I just want to confirm this number, just so we know what we're dealing with. Applicant?
Hello? Yes.
Agent. Okay. So this, you're now deciding to change your variance to read 45%, and please again in square meters, give me what that represents in meters squared.
It's 79.6.
I'm sorry, go slowly and say it one more time.
79.6 square meter.
79.6 meters squared. Okay then, so that's what we're going to change the variance to. For the record, we are amending the application, or amending the application, and that's what you are now requesting. Fine. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Jen, we've heard a lot from the surrounding neighbors, and one of the recurring themes was the lack of consultation, and the fact that, according to most of the callers, there's been no discussion between them and either you or your client. Can you comment on that, please?
Okay. For that is, I basically think the building itself, it was comply with the already the zoning bylaw zoning bylaws, and it's up to my client to talk to neighbors. I understand maybe there's a language barrier, and I did speak to the lawyer of the adjacent neighbor, back to the butting to my client's property in the west and north, and it's a tree issue. I conveyed that their request to my client, and they said they would consider during construction, because they're obligated basically to protect the tree or compensate if what during the construction when it comes to private trees. And the other, that's it. Yeah.
I'm not sure you're answering my question. I'm going to assume from your answer that there has been no consultation with neighbors, which is really unfortunate, particularly a structure, a proposal of this size. The other thing is, I don't know whether you would know this or not, but we've heard from both adjacent neighbors that there is no access to the backyard without, certainly on the one side in terms of getting materials down there, and Mothercraft has indicated that there'd be no access granted to the backyard through their property. So have you or your client contemplated that?
Well, I know, I did point out to them. Basically, they're considering a number of, options. I know there's a bylaw also. There's supposedly you cannot not re-granting the access for the construction for a neighbor, and if they can reach agreement, like because this building is fairly small, it's very straightforward construction when it comes to excavating. A small bobcat will do the matter of, I don't know, maybe a day or two. Like they just bring the material in and then enclose, and then previously the previous owner has offered to build a new fence and the trees.
Okay, well, let's not get into that detail. All right, I want to ask you just this question. Do the owners occupy this house?
Yes, they do.
They live there, okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll take the application now into committee. And in committee, we can have some discussion about it. Mr. Byatt, carry on.
Thank you, sir. The actual design of the garden suite is not problematic for me. The construction issues and so on, that's the owner and their issues. What really stands out for me is the impact both on Bryce Avenue, number 1 Bryce Avenue. I believe the owner spoke to us a little bit earlier. This garden suite would be literally in her backyard, not of her choice, but because of the configuration of the properties that we have. The impact also on the immediate adjacent neighbor. We've heard both of those. And I think listening to those two folks in opposition, I think makes me think that this is a lovely design in the wrong place. So I have difficulty. And of course, the fact that, the significant issue of soft landscaping being diminished, I do not feel I'll be able to support this application.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else care to speak on this one? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to have to disagree with Sahir on this. I know that this is an emotional file and there's a lot of complications that are going to come with it, especially with construction, because I don't get how that's going to happen. But there's one variance before us now, and it's been improved to 45% instead of 50%. And regardless of these, the impacts that will happen to neighbors won't be because of that variance. I don't believe. I think this is a real kind of growing pain that the city is going through with garden suites, is that people aren't used to having these. And this, as the applicant stated, this structure, as the structure is being proposed, is permitted as of right. I mean, that's saying something. And now we've just got this small difference in landscape. And I do believe that is minor, the 5% difference. And so I do believe, this is a lot of development on one site, and it will have impacts on the neighbors, but I do think that is what the city has contemplated with their garden suites policy. So I feel I have to support this application.
Mr. Clay, how are you leaning on this?
Well, I guess a couple of thoughts. I'm quite disappointed that on a major development like this in this neighborhood, that the applicant appears to have made virtually no attempt to have any discussion or dialogue with the neighbors. And I think as a general rule and general principle for controversial projects like laneway suites and garden suites, it's really in the interest of the applicant to have those discussions and give folks an opportunity to share their views. To me, that's a really important tenet of how to bring these projects forward and seek approval. So I'm disappointed about that. Having said that, my sense is from listening to everyone that called in that really people just simply don't want a garden suite in that location. I'm not too sure, frankly, that the discussions would result in anything dramatically different, in part because, as Peter points out, the structure itself is basically as of right. It is almost a prototype of what the city is looking for in backyards across the city. It doesn't require any height variances. It's separated from the main principal residence sufficiently. There are only dormer windows. It's hard to look at that structure and say that that is inappropriate. I don't think it is. I do think it's the sort of thing that the city is actually trying to support, and I just don't think that there's going to be a whole lot, given that that is the case, that would change through further consultation or consultation at all. And I kind of agree with Peter. 5% deficit on landscaping is not going to make a difference to the impact on the neighbors in the neighborhood. So as a committee, what's before us is a very small variance, one. And in my context, that request for that variance is indeed minor. So I will be supporting this application, although, again, I've said it 4 times now, disappointed with the lack of consultation.
Okay then, for my part, as we're all saying, a garden suite can be built in this location as of right. Clear. So, I'm looking at the history of the site. The history of the site involves a previous Committee of Adjustment decision which granted depth variance and setback variances on 2 or maybe perhaps even 3 sides, which resulted in, of course, there was height as well, which was cited. But what that decision involved was this house, which some of the neighbors refer to as the monolithic structure. So the site has already had the benefit of Committee of Adjustment decisions to enlarge structures. So now when we get to the rear yard, with our focus on soft landscaping, I am very reluctant to allow any soft landscaping variance in this situation because of the history of the site, and knowing that a garden suite or garden house can be built there as of right in any case. It might have to be adjusted to be somewhat smaller. So I would like not to vote for this one variance. I'm in a position, though, as chair, where I'm not allowed, by definition, to create a tie. So that being the case, and I can see that that's kind of the direction that we're heading, I am going to recuse on this vote. And that's my intention. So I do look to someone to make a motion. Mr. Reid, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair. For the reasons I stated before, I move approval of this application without condition.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Forestry number 2, Peter?
Yes.
Oh, pardon me. Yes, forestry number 2. I just missed that.
I'll second that.
That is seconded.
Sorry, and can I just note that that's as amended, so to 45%.
Most important, yes. Thank you. So moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. All those in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? Mr. Byatt, let the record show, is in dissent on this application. The vote is 2-1. The motion is carried, and the amended application is approved. And thank you, panel. And thank you all that participated in that process. We'll go on now to number 40. Pardon me. Number 40, 25 Augusta Avenue. On this application, committee has before it submission package materials. There's a cover letter from the agent April 12, arborist report, presentation materials 24th of May. There's a rental housing demolition and conservation declaration of use. There are staff reports from, staff reports from urban forestry and city planning. There is support correspondence from the following addresses: 8 Vanillay, from Harvard Street, Andrew Hunter, from 80 Vanillay, and again from 80 Vanillay, and another organization called More Neighbors Toronto. There is correspondence in opposition from 20 Vanillay, from Jeff Mason. So, let's have the agent join us, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Mathis. I'm a senior associate and planner with SVN Architects and Planners. Our address is 110 Adelaide Street East, and I'm here representing St. Felix Social Ministries, the owner and operator of the property.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let me just check with the moderator. Moderator, we have about 8 speakers registered, but most of them are speaking in support. How about the one speaker at the bottom of the list who is speaking in opposition? Is he with us?
Yes, he is with us.
He's with us, okay. Okay then, Mr. Matthews, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, everyone. And thanks for bringing up the presentation, Stanley. If you can just zoom in, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so the site is located on the east side of Augusta Avenue, north of Queen Street West. It's in a highly urbanized part of the city. It is currently occupied by a heritage-protected 3-story detached house on the west side of the property, and there is an existing 2-story building at the rear and a 1-story shed at the rear of the property. The surrounding context comprises a mix of building types and heights. North of the site are 3-story townhouse blocks with their private amenity areas facing the site. To the northeast, there is a 14-story residential building. And to the southeast, 20 Benally Street is an 8-story apartment building. And then to the south along Augusta Avenue are 2 to 2.5-story residential buildings. Next slide. These are a couple of images of the site and its existing context. So the image at the top is a view from Augusta Avenue. And you can see the kind of large opening and side yard that exists beside the heritage home. And just in the image below it, you can see what's not quite visible from the street, which is the existing 2-story structure that exists and is built at the rear property line. And of course, from both vantage points, you can see kind of the taller buildings that are to the rear and to the east of the site. The proposal does require the demolition of the existing 2-story structure that you see in the photo on the bottom, and also the 1-story shed structure as well too. No changes are proposed to the existing heritage building on the site. Next slide, please. So the proposal is for a 4-story modular housing building. A total of 31 affordable housing units are proposed to be built and operated on a rent geared to income model. So these are deeply affordable units. The applicant, St. Felix, was approved for funding under the City of Toronto's Open Door Affordable Housing Program and is also funded in part under the federal government's Rapid Housing Initiative. We are seeking 14 variances to enable the proposal, and I won't go through them one by one. They're obviously before the committee, but I will kind of summarize and speak to them in kind of broad categories. So the first one concerns the number of buildings and their location. The site's currently occupied by 2 buildings. We don't quite include the 1-story shed in that, but 2 buildings. And we'll be replacing the existing 2-story building located at the rear of the property. We're seeking a variance that would allow for the construction of 2 buildings on the property. Another variance concerns density. So the proposal provides context-sensitive and modest intensification. It will increase affordable housing options available in the city, which are badly needed. And to enable it, it requires a minor density increase from 1.0 times lot coverage to 1.2 times lot coverage. In terms of height, in order to maximize the number of units that are able to be provided on the site and make best use of this opportunity, we're seeking a 2-meter deviation from the existing 13 meters that are permitted on the height for a total, or permitted on the site for a total height of 15 meters. We feel this is appropriate given its surrounding context. In terms of setbacks and separation, I'll ask that you just move to the next slide, please. There's a number of variances to setbacks that we're seeking. This diagram illustrates the overall separation distances that we're still able to achieve from surrounding uses and properties, which we feel are appropriate. And in fact, we're improving upon the existing condition where there's the existing building is built right at the rear property line, and we're in fact going to be providing a 3-meter setback from that rear property line, in addition to side and front yard setbacks. In addition to those
I'll ask you to make your
variances.
final comment now, please.
Sure. In addition to those variances, we're also seeking relief from parking and loading provisions as well, too. We feel this application is appropriate and it meets the 4 tests for minor variances that are set out before us. And thank the committee for their time this evening.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right then, let's go to the speakers that are registered. And moderator, first speaker, please. I guess that would be, the first speaker would be Mr. Kemp.
I'll make mine, Steve Kemp at 80 Bonnelly.
Yes.
I'll make it very short and sweet. I'm fully in favor of this. Felix Center was in the neighborhood when I moved in, and to my mind, these services are very, very much needed, and I'm very much in support of it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next speaker. Hello.
Hello.
State your name, please. You're with the panel now.
Oh, hi. My name's Puvana. I live at 80 Vanoli.
Go ahead. You have our attention.
Sure. Yeah, I just think that this is a much needed service in a community that is mixed income. My understanding is that these units will be used to support, victims of domestic violence. I think there's probably a special place in hell for anyone who opposes that. And I also think that given the fairly dilapidated state of the current building, reconstruction is a good idea. So I'm fully in support as a neighbor. I don't think that there can be any reasonable objections based on height, given that there are 2 much larger surrounding buildings. And I think that should all just be enough to support this application strongly. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. I'm not hearing any questions. Let's go to the next speaker.
Hi. Thank you, committee, for your time. Thank you, committee, for your time and attention today. My name is Talia Pankowitz, and I'm a volunteer with More Neighbors. This application was brought to our attention by one of our other volunteers who resides on Bonnelly. Putting on my housing advocacy hat, I encourage the COA to approve this minor variance. Infill projects, along with projects that are RGI supported, support planning principles outlined at both the municipal and the regional levels. In reading through the objections sent to the committee previously, I've seen objections that the height is above allowed, but as the previous caller mentioned, there are buildings of greater heights nearby, and we also know that in our current housing crisis, we need to be willing to push limits. I've heard objection around shadows, but while Toronto has declared housing a human right, they have not yet made the same declaration for sunshine. There are also several parks in the area. I have seen objections about the density of similar housing and supports in the area, but that density is what makes this project even more important, as access to social services, schools, and transit are essentials for women and children recovering from intimate partner violence. To extend on that and to put on another hat, I am a woman who has watched friends struggle to leave abusive partners. I am extremely privileged and know that I would have a place to go in similar situations, but not everyone is so lucky to have such safety nets. This makes me incredibly grateful for organizations like St. Felix. Having a safe and supportive place to go can be the difference between being stuck in a place of harm or being able to make a fresh start. Again, I encourage you to approve this minor variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Megan, you've been unmuted.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Megan McCrossan. I live a couple blocks away from the site, and I pass by it regularly. I fully support this application. I think it does provide a really important service. 31 units for women and children in transition. This is a great family-friendly neighborhood. And, we have enough homeless people around us already. Everything we can do to prevent further homelessness, I think is really needed.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Jeff, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name's Jeff Mason, and unfortunately I am here to oppose this building of this particular building. I am not opposed to building social housing. My biggest concern is actually the density in this neighborhood of this type of housing. Within a 2-block radius of Paul Lane Gardens, Cameron Street to the east, Queen Street to the south, and Augusta to the west, they are going to put 146 of these units in a 2-block radius. And I don't see how the density of that kind of is good for the neighborhood. Like, why can't these be put like another neighborhood close by that doesn't have this kind of density? We have the 222 Spadina, which has 84 units at the Super 8 Motel. Right across the street from our building at 20 Vanali, they are going to build 31 units at the YMCA's youth shelter. And now they're going to build 31 units at 25 Augusta right on the back of our building. So all of this stuff is within probably, I would say, a block of us in our apartment building. And I've been in this building for 12 years. And my other issue is that St. Felix does not do a good job of running the operation they have now, because they don't do anything to clean up the neighborhood or make our neighborhood better to want us to have these places. Like, they just don't. They don't run a good show. They don't tend to go around and pick up either garbage, needles, paraphernalia from around the neighborhood, which they are bringing to our neighborhood. But mostly I just would like them to rethink how dense they are putting this within a 2-block neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, then, moderator?
To you, Mr. Chair, that was the last speaker. I was able
Okay,
to
so
reach.
he should be removed from the screen then. And we'll go back now and give the agent a chance to respond. There's really only one speaker in opposition that he might need to respond in rebuttal to, so let's do that.
Sure, I'll provide a couple of comments to what was shared in opposition by Jeff, and maybe thank first all the speakers and their support. I know it means a lot to the center and to the project team. I guess to the comments that were raised in opposition, maybe a couple of points. One, with regard to the condition of the surrounding community, I mean, this is one of the densest kind of postal codes in Canada, and it accumulates garbage and detritus, and I think it's unfortunate and unfair to pin it on one particular use in the neighborhood. Like, we have no idea where any of that material really comes from. And to pin it on the occupants and users of this site, I think is prejudicial. With regard to these type of units and affordable housing units within the neighborhood generally, I think that I'll say I know that, and I'll say that under the zoning bylaw and the City of Toronto official plan, we don't distinguish between types of residential tenures. So we don't kind of designate areas of the city as affordable only, or high-end only, or only for kind of one type of tenure or user. So I appreciate that there is a good deal of social and supportive housing in the neighborhood, and but there's nothing kind of within the planning framework or zoning framework that would discourage against that, or that should discourage against that, in my opinion. From a use perspective, what we're proposing, it's not like it's perfectly, it's compatible with its official plan designation and also with the zoning bylaw as well too. The variances that we're seeking solely concern the form of this building, which we feel is appropriate for the neighborhood considering its context.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, then, panel, any questions for the agent? I'm not hearing any, so at this stage we will take the application into committee. And we'll move to a motion. Mr. Byte, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's probably the first time, just a comment, the first time I've ever had experience of so many positive supporters call in. I think it's very commendable that they do that. We usually only hear from people in opposition. Having said that, I think this is a commendable project. The variances being sought are all minor from my perspective. I have no hesitancy in approving this particular application. I believe there's only a Forestry 3 condition attached. There's a heritage condition attached.
Yes.
And planning is in support of this particular project.
Very good. Do you care to make a motion?
Yes, that certainly can be my motion.
Okay. Is there so you're moving approval? Is there a second to that?
Approval. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, seconded by Mr. Reed, subject to those elements. All right then, moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. Thank you. And so at this stage, panel, we've just got 3 left, but I think we should take a quick break. So let's take 10 minutes and then return for the final 3 applications on today's agenda. So 10-minute recess. Thank you. 40 Heath was a bit of a grind, wasn't it?
Yeah. Who was it? Will told me about that one yesterday, and he was like, he thought it was going to get deferred, but
Deferred?
yeah, I don't know. He just mentioned it in passing. interesting to see how 40 Heath would do their construction.
They're wrong. There is no city bylaw that says you have to allow your neighbor access. You have to allow your property to be used to access their construction site.
Yeah, no,
That's
they
not
can
true.
just say no, right?
They just say no.
Yeah.
This is my property. You
I
can't
think
buy
that's
it.
what that will
So
happen
you,
there.
you can maybe you can make a deal with them. I'll pay you 25,000.
Yeah.
Or something. But see, she had it wrong. She said, "Oh, there's a city bylaw that says you have to let your neighbor use your property to get to their construction site." But that's not true, is it?
I thought you have to sign some kind of something to grant access.
You have to grant access, but you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. One of the speakers said like, they should helicopter the materials in. That's probably their only option.
You have to helicopter the excavation out.
Yeah.
I took a look at the street view and it's very narrow.
Yeah.
They should have thought about that garden suite before they built that. Well,
Yeah, that would
Garden
be easier.
suites haven't happened yet.
yeah, I know exactly. They built that in 2015. We restored it.
I'm surprised at how fast garden suites came along, actually, because it wasn't long ago, the idea was no. Then laneway suites happened, and then garden suites happened after that. All right. We resume. We resume on number 41, 545 Lakeshore Boulevard West. On this application, before the panel are the following materials: copy of draft plan of survey, copy of easement locations. There's a table of easements. There's a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans. There is a site-specific bylaw, map amendments, covering letter from the agent, and a site-specific bylaw 596/2022 affecting the property. There are staff reports from engineering and construction, 2, and another one from community planning. So, agent, please state your name and join the panel.
Sir, it's Michael Foderick speaking. I'm a lawyer from McCarthy Tatro, and I act for the owner of 545 Lakeshore Boulevard West. Thank you for the chance to speak with you today. At first glance,
did you say you are the owner of 545?
no, I'm sorry. I act for the owner is what I said.
You're
I
acting
apologize.
for the owner. Okay, very good.
I would be so lucky, sir, to own 545 Lakeshore Boulevard West. It's quite a large site. It's a little bit above my pay grade, if I might say. It's a well-known, it's at the southeast corner of Bathurst and Lakeshore Boulevard. There's a heritage building located there, which most people, you know, if you're ever traveling to Billy Bishop, for example, you know this building. So that's the site. The site is actually bounded on three sides by Lakeshore Boulevard, Bathurst, and Queens Quay. And so that's the site. This might seem straightforward, but there is unfortunately a wrinkle with it, and I'll explain. You have before you a consent and minor variance. I'll start with the consent application because it's basically a karate chop, if you will, of the site. And as the planning report, the supportive planning report notes, it was always contemplated that the lot would be severed. The heritage building will be maintained on the north side of the property, and this new 21-story building, authorized by bylaw 569/2022, will be built on the south side. So the fact we're coming for a consent is expected. In preparing that consent, in really refining our surveys and whatnot, and we came to the conclusion that there were minor technical issues with the site-specific bylaw. This may be, sir, if I dare say, certainly the most technical and minor, and in keeping with the intent and the purpose of the bylaw, minor variance I've ever made a submission on, and probably the most you've ever seen today. These are centimeters, where the bylaw zones the site as block A and B, the north being block A, the bottom being block B. The dividing line between the two was off by centimeters relative to where the actual building was located. So the purpose, we contemplated having council introduce a technical amendment at council, but a discussion with city solicitor and city planning was decided that since we were already doing the consent, simply adding a minor variance to tweak those dimensions in the bylaw was not controversial. So that's what you have in front of you today, sir. That's a substance, which is minor variances to the mapping, very minor centimeters, adding surveying notes to the zoning bylaw so that it aligns with the actual locations of the building and the consent application. The consent is somewhat straightforward. As I said, it's essentially a karate chop. There is a little bit of stratification there over the shared POPs area in the middle, but it's more or less the parking lot, which will be the 21-story building, is being severed off, and the existing heritage building will remain. As I already know, the planning letter on file is supportive. There is a condition that planning is proposing, and we don't have a problem with that condition. It proposes a consent agreement and to secure a limiting distance agreement over the heritage building lands. And I'm not sure there's a technical need for the limiting distance agreement, but the thinking there is that we will not ever be able to redevelop the heritage building lands, and the LDA is really double bagging that notion, so to speak. We don't have an objection to that. We didn't really, I'm not sure this is the right place to secure it, but again, this is not controversial. We're happy to agree to this. The issue, the wrinkle I referred to, is in the transportation letter, which came out unfortunately yesterday, and if it's okay, I ask that you pull that up on the screen. Transportation Services also supportive, but they proposed 4 conditions, which somewhat took us by surprise, unfortunately. I'll just look at those conditions now, if that's all right. The first condition talks about a widening of Lakeshore Boulevard West. Not controversial. That's something that's always been contemplated. So although, again, I'm not sure this is the right forum to secure that, that's not controversial. We would have no objection to condition 1A, if you will. 1B, likewise, is just another implementation point on that same issue, which is the widening of Lakeshore Boulevard West. Not controversial, 1A and B. The problem is with 1C and D. Transportation Services has proposed that we be responsible for the redesign of the entire Lakeshore Bathurst intersection, which is beyond the pale, to be honest, sir. I mean, in particular, so because this is not in any way associated with our actual development, not triggered as a result of our development. The condition here wants us to enter into a consent agreement that we basically agree that we will enter into a site plan agreement. Well, if they want to propose site plan conditions like this, they should do that, I say, in the context of site plan approval, not as a consent condition. So these, you just can't agree to it. And as tempted as I am to say we could agree to C, because C is the design of the Bathurst Lakeshore intersection, and D is the paying for the redesign, including all the TTC infrastructure and everything else. We wouldn't even dare estimate millions of dollars. I mean, this is a complicated intersection, to put it mildly. I'd be inclined to agree on C because that's merely the design, but I wouldn't want to mislead anyone to say that, oh, we'll design it, but we won't build it. So really C and D are associated. And so we'd ask for your approval of the application, but without imposing conditions C and D. And I would say that if the city desires, or if the transportation rather desires to attempt to impose those as part of site plan, they should do that as part of site plan. These are site plan conditions, at least in their words they are, as you can see on the face of those conditions. So that's a frustrating point, is that because that memo came out literally yesterday and blindsided us on what was otherwise a very, I would say, vanilla, straightforward, highly technical amendment to the zoning bylaw and vanilla consent. So that's how we'd like to proceed. And I respect, sir, I'll say in closing that you know, it's difficult for this committee to swim upstream against recommendations for transportation if this is what they've asked for. But we'd have to appeal in that case if it's approved with those conditions, because we think these are ultra virus. Thank you for hearing me out, sir.
Thank you very much. Panel members, Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to explore that a little bit further, just so we understand. So where are you guys at with the site plan right now?
NOAC is not issued. Site plan application is made. In the cover materials, you'll see a reference to the site plan, as well as the development application portal. You'll see a link to the site plan. Site plan approval has not occurred.
So what you're saying is there is a path forward for discussion/negotiations resolution of that issue, and that would be through the site plan process.
Absolutely. Derek, when we talk about turning circles turning lanes and whatnot, exactly. That I mean, if we look at the conditions, they're basically saying we should enter into a consent agreement to secure that we agree that we'll agree with these future site plan conditions. Well, we're jumping the gun. This is not site plan approval today, I say. And so, you know, again, the redesign of all of Bathurst Street without any sort of development charge credit or whatnot is a bit eyebrow raising. But when we're blindsided by this, we haven't had a chance. It's just, if this was a smaller obligation, I might say, you know what, we'll just bite the bullet on it, whatever. But this is going to be a many millions of dollars exercise. I mean, the Bathurst Lakeshore intersection is a complicated, very busy Toronto intersection. This obligation, if we were ever to agree, would be completely disproportionate to the site. Imagine you have a normal house consent and someone tried to attach a condition that says you'll redesign your street and we'll pay for it at your expense in front of your house. That's what this is, only on steroids. So it's just not something we can agree to today, unfortunately. And I guess if they had dropped it on us less than 24 hours in advance, we might have had time to work this out with them, but we haven't had that time, unfortunately.
Fair enough. Chair, can I just ask Nicole to give us a little bit of advice here? I tend to agree with the agent. This sounds like it's a fairly ominous responsibility that would benefit from further discussion, negotiation. Nicole, is this the kind of thing that can be kicked or punted to the site plan approval process?
Through the chair, that is correct. These conditions are referring to site plan, and there is an active site plan application. So if Transportation Services wants to impose these conditions for approval within site plan, they can certainly do that at that time and appropriately at that time. So it's possible for that to occur within the site plan application.
Great, thank you.
Let's take this one into committee then now. So if that's the case, then we're not actually agreeing to these conditions on behalf of the agent or the owner. We're simply including them because they've been recommended to us by Transportation Services. And then if I'm reading this right, then there is room down the road as they go for site plan approval to sift through these, but we're not actually agreeing on behalf of the owner that the owner is going to pay millions of dollars for anything.
I think what the agent is asking for, Chair, is that C and D be not included as a condition.
Oh, I know he is. Yes, I know. I don't think we should go with it, though. I think we should include them. They're recommended to us by Transportation, and but we're not agreeing to them in the sense of that we're binding the owner.
Well, I think the agent says that is in fact what we are doing. And I thought I heard Nicole say that this could be resolved through site plan.
Any other thoughts on this, guys? By it?
If I may, just with the same topic, are we obligated at this point to apply the transportation condition would our approval, for example, be tied to the transportation condition, or can we merely say that the applicant is aware of these conditions and will have to deal with these later down the road?
Can we pull up the, I don't have the transportation
I don't see it
in my
either.
package, so I didn't get a chance to review it.
No, I think that's part of the issue, Larry. We didn't receive it. It wasn't even in the supplemental package.
No.
So,
Through the chair, it was received very late.
yeah.
Okay.
So it may.
Sorry, Peter. You're the planner.
No. I think, and who knows? Perhaps it's just not a mistake, but an oversight of someone in transportation who didn't get full sign off or something. But yeah, this doesn't seem like the appropriate place to be securing C&D. I agree with the agent. I think these are massive amounts of money and time to do what they're asking in C&D. So maybe to bridge the gap, even with what Bruce was saying, something about acknowledging that C&D have been requested, but we don't feel this is the appropriate venue for that, and it should be pursued in site plan, something along those lines. But capture the other ones as conditions, maybe.
That was Larry's suggestion. That might be a good one, yeah.
And can we just? I'm sorry for being a pain on this one, but can we just go and look at the other ones other than C&D? Because I got the impression the agent was comfortable with those. Maybe can we just go, Chair? Can we just go out of committee and just confirm with the agent his comfort with the other ones?
He appeared to have good comfort. We can do that, just so we know. We're going to go out of committee then, back to the agent. Agent, do you understand our question?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we are comfortable with A and B. Again, I'm not sure this is the right place to secure these either, but these aren't controversial. We've agreed to widen Lakeshore, so I'm happy to say it 3 times if I have to. It's already essentially secured, and I'm sure it'll be secured elsewhere. So I'm not trying to be, I'm not saying, oh, this is the wrong form. We're willing to do A and B, so I'm not going to object to A and B. I'm not even sure the planning condition this is the appropriate form, but again, the substance isn't controversial, so I'm not going to split hairs about it. It's trying to attach a condition of the consent. We won't be able to obtain the certificate of official unless we enter into an agreement where we're kind of preempting site plan and saying on site plan we will agree to these things, and there are unknown costs. I mean, we haven't even dared estimate it, but it's going to be substantial. So A and B, yes, again, I'll hold my nose on that, but C and D we can't agree to, at least not in the last minute like that.
And while I've got you, have you cleared the engineering conditions?
And what do you mean by clear the engineering conditions?
We've got two pieces of correspondence from engineering.
I'm not aware of any issue with other than this one. There's no other issue with respect to the severance. Again, this is both of these proposed lots will front on 2 public streets, major streets. Queens Quay, Lakeshore, Bathurst. So there's no controversy, and there would be separately serviced and whatnot. So there's no concern, and we are very happy to satisfy any such conditions about reciprocal easement and operating agreements and whatnot prior to the. This is not an issue. This is not.
This is September 22. Yeah.
Yeah, totally straightforward and typical for a consent like this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back into committee now. Okay, so I'm getting this idea that we would approve or include A and B, and would we'd refuse C and D.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, Bruce. I think we make a comment somewhere that that resolution of those issues will be undertaken through the site plan process.
Fine.
Through the chair, perhaps we could make that note for the record for the minutes, but in terms of the conditions, we couldn't include another condition that references these conditions C and D without attaching those conditions.
I'm fine. Yep, I'm fine with that. That's fine. That sounds good, Nicole.
Okay. Okay, Larry, why don't you go ahead with a motion?
Sure. I think for all the reasons we've discussed, this is pretty much technical consent and very minor variances to correct issues, very minor issues. So I think it's a supportable application. I'd like to recommend approval subject to the engineering conditions in the September 22nd email. There are planning conditions as well that came in the supplementary. And the transportation conditions 1A and B be approved. I don't know if we have to say we refuse C and D, but I'll leave that to your discretion, Chair.
Through the chair, no, I don't believe you would have to reference refusing C and D. You just simply wouldn't include them.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do that. We'll just leave them out. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. Thank you. And that takes us to 42. 700 University Avenue. Panel has before it copy draft plan of survey, summary stats March 9th, colored version April 25th, parcel frontage and depth version March 29, floor plans Jan 30, revised plans May 23rd, covering letters from the agent 16th and 30th of January, correspondence from Kingset Capital, May 23 and 4. There's a parking reduction letter by BA Consulting Group. There's revised diagram 3 and a site-specific bylaw 9/16/2022 affecting the property. There is comment from Engineering and Construction and City Planning. There are staff reports from Engineering and Construction and from Community Planning, and also from TTC. Let's have the agent join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Jean-Rie. I'm a solicitor at Bennett Jones.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, questions for this applicant? Would anyone like a quick presentation?
Chair, I wouldn't mind just a quick one. I'm
okay.
familiar with this building. I'm just curious, frankly, what is being proposed.
Let's go ahead with that. Mr. Jean-Rie, go ahead with your presentation.
Certainly. So thank you very much. So I won't take up too much time here in this presentation, but as the committee is probably familiar with the property, 700 University Avenue is the iconic Toronto Hydro building at the southeast corner of University and College, exactly as can be seen here. Last summer, City Council approved an exciting new era for this building, one that's going to maintain the vast majority of the existing office space and the existing building, while also introducing a new 58-story purpose-built rental building, which is going to be located actually in the south west corner of the property. And then there's also going to be a 5-story life sciences addition on top of the existing office building. So that was what was approved by council last year. The two applications before the committee are really implementation matters that have arisen as my client has worked through the site plan approval process as well as through their building, so literally construction drawings in the last 8 months, as they're getting ready in hope of actually getting this project under construction later this year. And these relate to, as you know, 2 different applications. The first, the consent application, is there to break the project up into 3 components. So those components will be the existing, and actually the best way to see this is probably with my cover letter from either application. It really doesn't matter. There's a great 3-dimensional view that our consulting team put together. You scroll down to page 4, I think it is, there. This is the best way to visualize exactly what is happening. The blue is essentially the existing building, so that'd be 1 future lot. The green is the life sciences component, which will be built on top of the existing building. So that's another future lot. And the purple or pink, I'm not quite certain which color it is, but that shade is the future rental residential building. So that's what the severance is all about. And the primary reason for the severance is for the financing of the new components. In particular, the residential component has to be severed off from the office component in order for us to get our CMHC financing, which is critical for making the rental component of this affordable. And sorry, the rental is, just to be clear, the whole thing. But to make that affordable and workable, we need the CMHC financing. The variances are just 4, again, minor tweaks. One is a parking variance. That parking variance is primarily intended, well, actually will just simply bring the site into conformity with the city's current parking standards. There is a small tweak proposed for the unit mix that would just allow some flexibility in the last 15% of the units, so that there still be 10% that are 3-bedroom, 15% that are 2-bedroom, and then another 15% that can be done flexibly into 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. And that's been worked out over the last 8 months with staff and how that would work. And then there is a very minor height increase, and there was actually a diagram prepared for this, but essentially where the loading dock has a 9-meter height in the bylaw. Perfect, that's exactly it. Thank you very much. And you can see this little bit of wall just has to go up 2 meters for the loading dock to function properly. So that's just a minor height increase from the height map that was approved by council. And then last but not least, there are 2 new guest suites being added to the residential amenity area. And that was something as the project was worked through, is realized that guest suites would be a good addition for the future residents of the building. In terms of the comments, sticking with the staff, so planning staff comments first, we have seen those comments, and there is a proposed condition from planning for the consent application. And just to quickly skip to that, we would accept this, and that makes sense to us. The TTC comments, and they also, I believe, were on the consent application. If you look at those, you will see that TTC says, here's a bunch of conditions, but they're all conditions of NOAC. So we don't necessarily have a problem with the conditions, but as you can see, they're not conditions for this committee. Someone, I think, when drafting this, maybe got a bit confused, because this is their NOAC conditions, which we have our site plan process. We do not yet have NOAC. We understand these will be integrated into NOAC and addressed there. And then that's the consent. So these we would not suggest the committee put in. These are conditions, literally, as you can see, requested conditions of NOAC. With respect to the final set of conditions, I think that you referenced there, which is those from engineering and construction, those are for the minor variance.
Okay,
just to clarify,
your time is up now. Your 5 minutes is up. So, panel.
Chair, I wouldn't mind hearing him
okay.
finish that off.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So with respect to these conditions, as you'll see, these, again, they're not necessarily conditions really for the committee. You can see these are actually, again, when you actually read them, if you look through each one of them, revised drawings indicate those are site plan drawings, right? So this just saying, revise your site plan drawings for this, revise your site plan, and it's a whole list. Every single one of them is, on your site plan, revise a drawing. It doesn't really seem like a condition to this committee. these things aren't even variances before the committee. We don't necessarily have an issue with them. They will be part of the site plan process we're working through, but these really are requests for revisions to our site plan drawings, not conditions related to the variances. And that's it. I'm happy again to address any questions. Apologies, I'm losing my voice at the end of the day.
So would you have any, I take it you wouldn't have any difficulty if we included references to TTC's conditions and the planning conditions?
Well, I guess it would depend on what you mean by references. Like if you're saying that let's take the TTC conditions for a moment, that these TTC conditions would be part of the consent, that would be an issue. So these are requested conditions for a consent. I don't even know how we could clear, how do we get the certificate of official, does this mean now we have to get NOAC in order to get their certificate of official? They literally have nothing to do with the application. They have something to do with another application we have. That I accept, and they will be addressed through that application. They are conditions for that site plan application. But I don't even know how these are addressed as conditions of consent.
Through the chair, I was going to alert these conditions, bring them to members' attention as well. Certainly the TTC memo that was received, majority of these conditions are referencing, again, NOAC in a site plan application. The only questionable ones may be the very first, if you could scroll up, please. Prior to the issuance of the notice of approval conditions. Again, that's saying before a NOAC is issued, which would be within a site plan application. One could possibly impose perhaps the TTC technical review, number one, and perhaps this construction agreement. Those are fairly standard from the TTC. However, again, it is a little misleading that the subject heading is referring to site plan. So I would, in my opinion, state that these conditions, majority, if not all, are actually relating to a site plan application. In terms of the engineering report, similarly, there are comments here from solid waste services, which are typically also, again, handled through the site plan application. The sentence, however, before these conditions does allude to, although there's no concern with your committee granting approval of the minor variance application, they do specify minor variance application, it must be subject to the owner satisfying the following comments from solid waste management services, and then they list these off. So again, it's up to the committee how they wish to decide to impose or not these conditions, but these are typical site plan conditions.
Okay, and there is a staff report from planning which we would want to include for sure. It's a staff report, so that one's for sure.
Correct. Yes.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, the only thing with respect to those first two TTC conditions, if those go back up, is yes, they are typically site plan conditions for sure, and like you can see they're about building permits. So both of them are prior to the issuance of building permits, but this is conditions are sent in for a consent application. It's just not clear. That's what I meant earlier. Like as NOAC, we understand they'll be sent in, and we understand there'll be conditions on our site plan, but we just don't even understand how that relates to a consent application.
Okay. Panel members, are we ready to go into committee on this? I think so. Let's go into committee on this then and sift our way through it. Okay, we're in committee now, and Mr. Reid, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, this feels like the last one too, that there are conditions here that this is not the appropriate time to include them, right? And I think there are multiple venues in the future where these will be captured by the appropriate agencies and departments. So I'm happy going ahead just with including the community planning conditions and leaving out TTC and engineering if my fellow members agree to that.
I think they are, so why don't you make a motion?
Okay, so I'll move approval of both the consent and the minor variance, subject to the community planning conditions.
Very good. Is there a second? Mr. Byatt seconds. Moved and seconded to approve both the severance and the minor variance application. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the severance and the minor variance application. And of course, it is subject to the planning staff report. Okay, good. We move on now to the final item on today's agenda, which is number 43, 40 Aldridge Ave. The committee has before it the following: copy of minutes of the March 8 Panel B public hearing, copy of the materials submitted at application time, email correspondence from community planning, March 22nd. Let's have the agent join us.
Hello, Ashad, you've been unmuted.
Good evening, Chair, committee member.
Good evening.
Evening. So this is Arshad, architect from C Architecture, agent for the owner at 40 Aldrich Avenue. We are seeking relief from 4 variances from the zoning bylaw: roof, eaves, projection, maximum building height, maximum side, exterior main wall height, and floor space index.
Okay. Just a moment, please. I'm going to see whether the panel has questions for you and
Sure.
whether or not they want or need a presentation. So just stand by for a second. Okay. Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe if the applicant could just briefly go over what's changed since the previous application. I think it's something with the roof line. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did not change anything through you, Chair. We basically worked with the planning to provide them the precedence in the neighborhood for the similar maximum side wall height. So they were okay with the previous roof design. So no change in design. The staff report has become supportive for us now.
Okay, understood. Thanks for that clarification.
No problem.
Okay. Not hearing any further questions, let's take the application into committee and move to a motion. Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the variances that are being requested, this is fairly straightforward. And I note that planning's email indicates that they have no further concern. So presumably all concerns from when the application was deferred have been resolved. So I'd like to move forward with the motion to approve, and there are no conditions.
Thank you for that. That is seconded by Mr. Reed. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And the motion has carried. The application is so approved. And there, on the striking of 7 p.m., we complete today's agenda and wrap up the hearing. So, and we can adjourn the hearing now. And thank you, panel, for hanging in.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for
Thanks
hanging
to staff. Thanks, Nicole, for all your input.
Yeah.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair.
And to staff here with me, for
Yes,
their
and staff. Sorry, thank you very
flawless
much.
operational support. Thank you very much.
You guys are always great.
Stanley and Jacob, shout out. Thank you.
Right on. See you guys.
Bye.
See you guys.